payouts? If you need payouts at any time, just let me know and I'll get them. I'll let you know payouts.
I think of spades wins it. I think of spades.
Beautiful.
Button is in seat 3.
Straight away, first hand double up.
Okay.
Not no cal. Not no cal. King swings.
I gave you like so it's 2 through to 8, right?
Wait, one second.
You might.
You guys ready to go out there? Beautiful.
10,000, 20,000. The 20,000.
Cheers, mate. Bye. Alright, blinds, 10,000, 20,000, 20,000. Shuffle up and deal.
First lot, gentlemen.
20, 20?
10, 20. Oh yeah, I thought it was 2 cards for a minute.
Thank God.
Oh.
I've never played 4 card ones.
Yeah, the RFID might not even fit.
Alright. 20,000. Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds.
Come on, I'm going first hand. No.
Seat 8 folds. Seat 2 folds.
Less than starting stack, man. I'm on to
C3 pots 70,000. C4 folds. C5 folds. 5,000 change.
Guys, if you like anything to drink, Joe's happy to help you out.
Oh, thanks.
There you go, mate.
Is that?
Off you go.
Good set of
Josh is like, I mean, Joel was like, is Josh drinking it? I was like, it won't take long.
You having a goose yet?
Nah, I'm going to drive home, mate.
Yeah, less than 1. What did you get?
When we get hands up, man.
10,000, 20,000.
You guys actually have a good, interesting friendship. It's a little bit different. Like, for example, if I was with like a good friend on the table and I try to bust him, it'd be sour feelings, you know.
It'll be what? It's more fun.
Like,
My friends are always like,
wrong with
1.5.
yeah, but yeah, it depends. Like, you know, I mean,
Yeah,
like,
everyone's different.
yeah, everyone's
It's a very happy
different.
Friday as we welcome you to the Oakwood Premier here in Melbourne. It's the Australian Poker Tours
Seat 8
Melbourne
Seat 2
Tournament Poker Festival, and something special for you today. Finally, we get a bit of PLO
70,000.
on the stream
70.
for you aficionados, and if that's not special enough, Harvey Silver here, been with you for the last few days, and finally I get someone who can talk a big game because he plays a big game. Welcome for the first time this week, Braden Jinks.
Harvey, thanks for having me. Nice intro, but I actually don't play PLO.
But you know it. You understand it.
I
I get
understand.
confused on 2 cards. I don't know how 4 cards is going to go for me.
so
We've streamed
different-
this twice before, and I've actually really enjoyed watching the PLO stream.
Yeah, okay. I just always got to remember 2 from your hand and 3 from the board. So I think I've never commentated PLO either, so I'm really interested to see how everything transpires. As I think this hand they're going to move Yoon over, as that card reader's not working. So those issues with the cards will be alleviated after this hand. So I don't think that we're not picking up the hands. I believe that happens after hand 2.
Yeah, so just a couple of tech issues. We have just moved the players up here. This is the final table. We'll go through the numbers and the payouts, all important payouts, and they're enormous. Just see this hand play out. But we are here at the Oakwood Premier up on the 41st floor. We've renamed this the James Bond Casino Royale room. Best view in Melbourne. And this beautiful plush. You can see the velvet lounges. The guys have got their own bar up the back there. It's a very different way to play poker. And they're loving it.
130.
It's something to behold at night, isn't it?
Yeah.
How does it look on stream at night from last night? I got a bit of a peek.
Look at It's a bit washed out, blown out in the back there during the day, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
I actually love the daytime view, looking out over the bay on the Port Melbourne side, across the Port Melbourne footy ground. But it's actually 360 on this floor. We've got this beautiful room up on one side, and there's another room on the other side where we've got 3 tables set up, and we've been bringing sort of the last 16 odd, sometimes 24 up here and playing it out and just moving players between the other room up here and onto this feature. But no need to do that with this, because this is the final table. They played till about 1:30 a.m. this morning to get us through. You can see up on the top right hand we had 46 entries, which is pretty phenomenal. And
especially for
got
this
7
buy-in level,
left.
I think.
Yeah, 2.5k buy-in.
Especially with a lot of other stuff happening, you know, in the poker world at the moment, to get this amount of entries for this buy-in level, you know, I mean, we've got half the communities over in America for the World Series. There's a lot of other stuff going on as well, and to get that amount of runners for this $2,500 buy-in is pretty cool. $34,500 up top, and each player from here guaranteed 5k. Some pretty familiar names here, especially in the higher stakes PLO world, and in the APT world as well. Luke Edwards is an APT main event winner in Holt. Well, when I say main event, we're going back to, everything's going to be referred back to Holden, but he won the main up in Brisbane last year. And that's him on screen there in the blue jumper, familiar blue jumper. And Yoon Kang is very familiar on stream as well. Plays a lot of PLO, but known in the APT kind of world community in that TLPT event where he pulled off that massive bluff with Ace-8 versus Linsky and got turned into a reel by Australian Poker Schedule's Craig Abernathy, and it went quite viral. So if you've seen Yoon around, it's probably from that reel there. That was a pretty crazy hand. So if you've tuned into APT streams before, you got some familiar names.
And even if you've tuned in earlier in the week, a few of these guys have been on this feature table and some of the other events as well.
As Luke raises the 10-8-6-6 with a suit from the cutoff, he is the chip leader, but it's about as good as he's going to flop with a hand like this.
C4 bets, 100,000.
Just having a look at the stack distribution here. Andy's got about 6 bigs, I'd say. But, and I do notice as well, are we playing, is this big blind ante? Is this big blind ante? Okay, interesting. Rightio. So I've played a lot of PLO tournaments that just have small blind, big blind, but big blind ante will, for purposes of you and me, will move things along a lot quicker, because when there's no big blind ante in PLO tournaments, we'd probably be here for an extra few hours. So just noticed that then.
Yeah, we're predicting maybe another 5 or 6 hours on this final table, just on the basis of the levels and that we've got 7 left, and obviously the chip stack. So yeah, buckle yourself in, and I'm going to keep repeating over and over that as people join the stream, that no, they're not seeing things. This is PLO. People go have a look and they go, hang on, there's 4 cards out there. So I'll just keep reminding everyone that we are streaming PLO, which we really enjoy doing. We haven't done this very much.
C4 bets, 200,000, 200.
It's interesting to see how Scott proceeds here. No diamonds in our hand. Could be dead to an 8, which he actually is. So when Luke decides to take a holding like this from the cutoff, it's about as good as it's going to get.
Yeah.
And Scott will realise that. Goes into the bin as
15,000, 25,000.
if you know that 395k from highs, doesn't look too much. It's still 16 big blinds, and in PLO that goes a long way. So 6 hours is your prediction, you reckon?
That's what we're saying, and we will get our producer Maddie here to get that ticker up at some stage, which will say that it's PLO, and we'll keep reminding people. Then I won't have to say it, but it is going to be definitely a bit of a surprise to people just joining the stream without coming here via social media. Social media obviously telling everyone what we are streaming, and today pumped up your tyres, Jinxie. Our social media, Australia's greatest poker commentator. I loved it.
I mean, I'm not sure about that because we're sitting in a game that I haven't played for a couple of years. So we're going to do our best.
Well, I have been promised by our head of operations, Josh Monk, who is a very, very keen PLO player and watcher, that he will come up at some stage and help us out. And and that'll hopefully be a bit more towards the pointy end when we start to talk about hands in a lot more detail. But we'll just try and keep you across it and keep you entertained and let you know what's coming up as well. If you are in Melbourne or anywhere in Victoria, I suppose, or you've got the weekend off and you want to hop in a plane, you could do a hell of a lot worse than come down here to the Oakwood Premier. This is an incredible setup. You're seeing obviously just this feature table, but we've got 2 other floors of poker happening downstairs. The hotel is a great setup, sensational, very plush. And the other thing I've noticed, Jinxie,
I might just interject.
Yeah, go on.
I think Andy has thought that he is going to be forced all in from the big, but he's put his extra 4 big blinds in instead of seeming to take a flop. And that means Luke and Josh have only got to call an extra big blind. So he's basically just he's made a decision to run any 2 cards. So Andy is all in. And his flop top pair, it's no good versus the pretty dry queens of Luke. Not much going for Josh. Andy's going to need to catch a 6 or a 4, but he's also picked up a flush draw here on the turn as well. And we are going to lose Andy in 7th place for 5k. It's not going to matter as our dealer, Daniel Curtis.
I think it looks good then.
He knows what's up. Josh didn't want to show his hands.
Like 80%.
Bad luck.
Oh
man. And you've got to be a pretty good favourite. Oh, wow.
Yes, we just confirm it.
That's sick,
So, okay. Andy didn't actually look at his cards, so he was peeling the cards one by one after the river came out. So he didn't actually know he'd turned a flush draw. Probably had more equity than he actually thought there.
Right.
So, he was
So that's the
peeling
PLO version of a slow roll, is it?
Well, opposite slow roll, because he's the one that busts. So if he had have won, then that would have been a bit of a slow roll. But PLO players would have known it. That's.
And so the key thing in PLO, for those who aren't particularly familiar with this, is you get dealt 4 cards. You must use 2, and you can only use 2. So you can't use 4 off the board and 1 of yours.
Correct.
You've got to use 2.
Correct.
And that is where sometimes it gets really confusing.
Yeah, I think if you play for a while, you start to pick it up pretty quickly. But only $1,000 jump there from 7th to 6th. So Andy thought going all in with any 2, it's less than a buy-in pay jump. So not too relevant. But he did turn a flush draw, so a third of the time he'd
Okay, that was yours.
be still in, and he'd be back up to about 15, 16 big blinds. So
Exposed 6 of diamonds. Sorry about that, boss.
So I was saying before that hand about how amazing it is and how plush it is. But the other thing I've noticed, Jinxie, and we've obviously commentated all over Australia now together, which has been a privilege. How many people I actually don't recognise who are here? Just, these aren't people who are travelling the circuit. There's so many just local Melbourne poker players who have been screaming out for this for years and are taking the opportunity to come down and play, and it's resulted in fields that have exceeded every single event. Honestly, has exceeded expectation, and all the guarantees have been busted by so far. It's silly.
We had a couple that were close. I remember.
Well, the Oakwood last night was close.
Yeah.
But, to
the
get
550, I remember. I think the 550, the guarantee got there by 2.
Yeah, that was early.
And 3 of those were mine. So if I wasn't here, I might not got the guarantee.
I suppose the big ones where they're sort of, the organisers are risking the most, like the Goliath, for instance.
Yeah.
We'd busted that guarantee before the first card was dealt.
It doubled, didn't it?
There was 100. No, it was more. It was 100 and it was 40 on the guarantee, and there was 107 played. You know, so that was really really good, and obviously the Hashem deep stack. You know, to get 117 entries on that. And this one too, this is a 2.5K buy in PLO, and we've got 46 entries. I know everyone's really, really happy, but the key thing for me has been that so many players are just local Melbourne poker players. We got to the final table, and I got some details off these guys last night, and half the table had never played in an APT event before.
Yeah,
that were on the final table. So it's terrific that we're giving people the opportunity outside of Crown to play, and
I think also there are a lot of extremely competent and even professional players that reside in Melbourne that just don't want to travel. Maybe it's it's a family thing, and they prefer staying home, and their lifestyle is they don't really want to travel around because doing that for so many years, it becomes from Melbourne. It can be it can become a real grind.
Yeah, I think it's that more than
there's
anything.
a cost as well.
Yeah.
You've got to beat the game. You got to beat the game enough to beat the rake. But when you're travelling around from Melbourne, you've also got to beat the accommodation and flights and all that type of stuff. So you've got to be beating the game at a pretty good clip, which is hard to do. So a lot of these guys you'll see around play a really high level, high standard that you and I may not recognise because they just don't travel around, and there's nowhere for them to play. They're playing either cash games or online or whatever. So
and you can see that they can play. I'm not saying we're getting people in here who are just having their first foray into poker. I'm just saying that finally we're giving these people the opportunity, and that's what's great. We've found a way to do it. Is obviously we've been able to play tournament poker pretty much everywhere in Australia, but not in Victoria. But thanks to Dazzler, who are actually a ticketing agency, all the tournament buy-in goes back to the players. There is a ticket booking fee that goes with it that's outside of that, but and this is the law in Victoria that your tournament fee, all of it must go back to the player, and that's what's happening here. And there's a third party and complete external booking fee that is in addition. So, and I think the players have found that process really, really easy. It's about a 15-second online process.
Yeah, I found it quite easy. You just scan the QR code and 2 clicks and you're into the tournament.
Yeah.
So once you do it the first time, spot here where Yoon and Luke aren't really going to look to get tangled up too much.
See 4 bets.
Yeah, he's better. He's probably better than me too.
Yep, that's the end of that. When you have the experience that I had once going to the WSOP and standing in queue for 45 minutes to buy into a small event or a satellite, wow.
I think 45 minutes is probably not too bad.
It was early in the WSOP week. I was trying to settle up my way into the main event, and 45 minutes to buy into a $240 satellite event. Geez, it puts you off.
I think. Do you know what they've done to stop that this year? Have you heard any news from the WSOP?
I just think that they've finally embraced online, and there were some electronic booths up there to buy in, but.
So you've got the WSOP Plus app now, and a lot of my mates who are over there so there's no lines anymore. Yeah. You just register at the tournament.
It was only 2 years ago, Jinxie, that I was there. So
last year the lines was who was there that he sent me a photo. He was lining up for the Colossus, which is a $400 bracelet event, and the line you couldn't see like the front desk.
Wow.
And he takes a photo of it and he's like the World Series of lines.
Yeah.
And now you can just enter. It gives you the seat and what room you're in, because obviously the WSOP crosses 2 casinos, and you just sit down and you have your account balance. I mean, it feels like probably should have happened like a long time ago.
Ages ago.
But and every table's got an iPad, and it's also really good for like live reporting. I'm following my mates who are over there, and you can actually see in real time when they've busted or how many chips they've got. So
let's just have a look at this hand, because this for me is interesting. So Coon's got his pair of kings and flopped a king. So he's So he's slightly ahead here. Luke,
C2 bet.
So he's got backdoor heart. So he's obviously open-ended, but that extra equity that gets him to 36%, he's got both backdoor hearts and backdoor diamonds.
okay.
But Yoon obviously has those backdoor hearts covered. But he's got 8 clean outs to the nuts as well. So even though you've got top set on King 10-7 Rainbow, the equities run a lot closer than it would be in obviously No Limit Hold'em. So it's going to be an interesting turn and river.
Yeah, that's where my eyebrows get raised. I look at that and I go, wow, he should be miles ahead, but he's actually not, is he?
Well, now look, he's turned that backdoor flush draw that we spoke about, the one that Yoon doesn't have. And then look at the equities here. You think even on this board, and if you were sitting here and Hold'em and had top set, you'd still be thinking pretty good. You lose to Jack 9 Ace Jack, but we're basically a coin flip here.
Yeah.
And Luke, he looks
Betting
like
it
he's potted, and Yoon here with top set. SBR is now 0.5. He's still going to have the best hand some of the time, but Yoon is absolutely... Yoon's a genius, especially at PLO. You know, I think he would fancy himself in any lineup, let alone like this lineup. But he'd also fancy himself in any lineup in Omaha. So this could even be a spot that he may pass on, given he knows he's got a pretty big edge, I'd say.
Yep.
And he's actually going to put the kings. Oh, it looked like he was going to fold that.
Still looks like he's going to fold to me. And he does.
And he does. Top set into the mark.
Wow.
Those 2 jacks blockers are obviously a big part of PLO. With the way that hand's played out, he knows he's not going to have the best hand there often enough. It's probably the only scenario where he actually does have the best hand. And even if he does, look at the equities. It's still only a coin flip on the river.
I was about to say, he's looking down at top set and it's still a coin flip. It's
yeah, I mean, not an ideal turn, but as I was saying mid-hand, Yoon will really fancy himself to take this one down, no matter what the stack distribution is. He's such a great player. We've seen him on stream in Hold'em often, especially in those TLPT high rollers. But I'm here to tell you, PLO's his game. So he's decided to pass on that one. Let's see if it pays off for him.
And a nice bunk up there for Luke too. At this point in the tournament, it's whether it's PLO, Hold'em, or anything, to have a healthy chip stack and being able to boss it a little bit. And
Luke's very adept in all the games. I've played mixed games with him quite a lot, horse and 8 game, and the thing about Luke, he'll say things like, "Oh, I don't really know what I'm doing here." If we're playing 08 or we're playing Raz or whatever, like he knows exactly what he's doing. As it's going to 3-bet pot this all in, but
all in.
He actually has a bit more than pot left, and I reckon this one might get through. I don't know if Ace 5, 6-6 is doing well enough here against High's range, which is going to be pretty tight 3-bet potting out of the small blind.
It's 10% of Josh's stack to call.
Yeah, I just don't know if the hand's performing well enough here. I reckon he might sniff that one out. Goes into the mark.
Call there from you.
As I was saying, I think, Luke's got quite a few mixed game trophies as well. Fell on top of a horse with him, but he can just play. He's one of those guys that, he could sit in a dealer's choice where you can choose from 22 games and he's able to play all of them. So you might hear him joke. He doesn't know what he's doing here and there in horse or in Raz or whatever, but he certainly does.
Jinxie, you mentioned Craig Abernathy earlier and putting together that reel of that
Yoon's bluff.
Of the bluff.
Yeah.
Craig, who's joined us in commentary around Australia at various times. Everyone would know Craig. If you're on the stream yet, Craig, I'm going to send you last night's final table. Can you do a reel of that for me, please? Because that was some of the most berserk stuff I've ever seen. Some of the, within a space of 2 hours, to hit half a dozen 1-outers, to keep people in the event. It wasn't knocking people out. That went for about 90 minutes longer than it should have, because we just could not get rid of anybody. Highlighted by Daniel Klinger. There was 1-2, it was aces against ace 2. There was 1-2 in the deck. The ace of hearts was the only card that could save him on the river, and he hits it.
The 2 of hearts?
2 of hearts.
2 of hearts, yeah.
And he finishing up second for 10k. And then our winner, I shouldn't spoil this if you haven't seen it, but then our winner,
I think they've posted it already.
he's out on his backside as well. He's got pocket 7s, gets to the river. There's 2 7s left in the deck. It's the only 2 cards that can save him. Hits the 7, stays in the event and wins it. And that was only 2 out of a half a dozen of them. So, Craig, if you're there, put together a reel for us, please. We'll get millions of views on that around the world.
I think...
Otherwise, we might get our people in here internally to put something together.
Mudit, congratulations to him who took it down for 16,000. I actually tuned in for the first time yesterday. I had 2 of my best mates on that final table, Simon and Liam, and the first hand I saw, Mudit peeled a 3-bet with like King 2 suited, and I'm like, you're in for a wild ride for the rest of the night. Yeah. It certainly turned out that way.
C2 folds, C4 folds.
As I think Daniel had, an 8-1 heads-up chip lead, and he comes second for 10,800. Simon rounds out the top 3 for 7,400.
C6 folds.
Like to have a chat here, Jinxie. I'll just remind everyone out there, if they want to concentrate on the cards, they can easily just turn the volume down. There's a pretty easy solution to that.
Certainly is. Alan
6 hours worth here.
Alan will maybe raise, but decides to check back. Pretty raggy queens here and flops.
Heads up, check away. Seed 7 bets, 50,000, 5-0.
Alan can't fold just yet. Got that flush draw. If it doesn't come in on the turn, and he faces some extra pressure from Josh, he's probably going to be laying this one down.
C7 checks.
He's going to probably see a free river here.
C1 check.
And it comes in, but it's just about the worst card in the deck for Alan as Josh fills up on the river. We do have a pretty raggy flush on a paired board in pair low, so it won't be as much fireworks as we had originally thought if we're up here commentating, but
C7 bets, 130,000, 130.
about 60-70% of the pot. Be interested to see if Alan thinks this flush is good. He's such a talented player. I wouldn't be surprised if he got away from this. You can see he doesn't like it.
See how hard these decisions are. It's only 9 high. He is going to go, though.
Yeah.
And he's going to get the bad news.
You can see when he decides to call and he immediately goes to muck that he knew probably subconsciously that his hand was no good, but especially after calling the turn and calling the flop, checking back the turn. That's a pretty disguised flusher on the river. It's just the worst possible club to come out as. Alan is back down below 400k. Luke in command here with 2.5 million. 100 big blinds, Harvey.
Yes, there's plenty.
Very hard to have 100 big blinds on a final table. You don't see that too often.
Bring back an old classics.
We also know how quickly this game turns. We've seen players sitting on the final table here we had one the other night. He had 60% of the chips and finished up third. So it does turn. patience is obviously very important, but you need the luck of the cards as well.
Great.
Even when you're a big stack, if it gets really dry, you can lose those chips pretty quickly.
25,000.
How have you found the
80,000,
venue as a whole? It's obviously, I think the first day that I was here, running across rooms to rebuy. Now the rebuy desk is in that level 5 room.
Yeah, they fixed that pretty quickly. That was probably the biggest problem.
Yeah.
It's 2 separate areas at this hotel, and there's 2 different lifts to get to those areas. So you've actually got to go down to the lobby and go across up to the other side. So yeah, they put a rebuy desk in on the other side as well, and that has definitely alleviated that.
Josh decides to call the 9755 on the button versus Luke covered.
Alright, gentlemen, we are heads up.
As we mentioned at the start of this stream, both of us don't play PLO, but I reckon it's starting to get in the weeds here with the 9755.
Seems to be about my range.
C4 checks.
Be surprised if Josh decides to call this if he doesn't start
Checks.
firing at some point. If we're going to decide to call the 9755 on the button here, it's probably a board we wouldn't mind representing, but he decides to check back. I think now's the time, Josh. You got to start firing. We can't just flat this and check it down. He does agree, and
90,000.
this one will get through.
90. C4 folds.
There we go. Proved us wrong here in the booth. Definitely
Button is good.
would have been surprised if he didn't start firing at some point, but decides the turn was the best way to go.
Just the
Actually,
VPIP there, just to explain that. It's the voluntary money being put into the pot, so above the blinds,
15,000.
of what you have to put in. So voluntarily putting money in, raising, calling,
Couldn't have been him, but
and how active you are at that. That's a really early indication. That's just for this final table, not for the whole event. So
For what's covered, so obviously we've got a pretty small sample size, but I think that, you know, maybe in 2 hours' time that becomes quite a relevant stat. You might see Luke, you know, upwards of 50-60% potentially, with some of the hands he's been opening with the stack that he's got. But it's careful not to just, if you're just tuning in now, you know, the sample size for any of the stats that we're going to have, you know, aggression frequency and VPIP's not going to be too accurate.
not yet. As you can see up in the top right, it's only hand 13 here on this final table.
This is something you'd more want to play, Josh, I'd say. Does agree.
And C7 raises. 75,000. 7-5. Fold. C1 fold. C2 fold. C3 fold.
Looks like he's got that one through pretty quick.
Button's good.
65% of the chips in play are being held by both Luke and Josh.
potential everywhere. Every street.
You're thinking about coming down. We've got lots happening still over the whole festival here, starting later tonight with the event hosted by the great Brendan Favola.
Alex,
What's the event called?
It's the Fabulous Fev. Feb's Fabulous. Flabby Fev. $600 buy-in.
I see he's
Hold'em
still playing
event.
footy. I see reels come up on my face. He's still playing. He's got to be over 40, mid-40s. He's still
I don't think
playing.
he's moving much when he's out there.
Fev's
though, but-
Flyer.
Fev's Flyer, there you go.
No, apologies. It's Fev's Fever. Fev's Fever. It's a 50k guarantee as well.
Yes,
So
we'll smash that.
yeah.
The number of people coming in, especially for that, it'll be a lot of fun.
Fold. C1.
I reckon that's going to turn into a 2-day event.
Especially if you're in the bin, like, so many ways.
Yeah, well, you can late reg up until 25 past 10,
Well,
so
it's going to
I'd
be
be,
a two.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah.
Um,
Just asking there on the chat, where can you see the upcoming tournaments on the Australian Poker Tour Facebook site? Is the best place to go, or you can go to the website, Australian Poker Tour.
I think if you go to the APT live page on Facebook, it's the best,
Not really much.
easiest way to see it, because if you see the featured events, the tournament schedule's right there on the Facebook page instead of scrolling through the website.
Most
Which
people
I'm
are there
literally just
anyway
doing now
because
myself. So
well, most people are there because most people are watching the stream on the Facebook
yep,
site. It's probably gets to something like 70% on Facebook, and we're also obviously streaming on YouTube and on Twitch.
Krilly, good to see you in the chat. PLO specialist had a bit of a sweat for a WSOP bracelet a couple of days ago. Lockie, unfortunate. He got in King Queen versus Jacks versus 8s with about 20 left in a 10,000 runner field with multiple hundreds of thousands up top, and couldn't hit the king or the queen. But good to see you tuning in from Las Vegas, whatever time it is there.
I haven't caught up yet.
So Lockie probably hasn't caught up with the social media. I would have thought that he'd be disputing the social media claim of Australia's best poker commentator. Lockie's joined us in the commentary booth many times and has got plaudits, but apparently it's you, Jinxie. So that's
I didn't write it myself. I didn't, just so you
You're
know.
going to be hammered by that.
Yeah, I've
for
already
that by me the whole day.
Well, you're not the only one. I've already got a few messages about that. Just as long as you know I didn't write it.
No.
So Scott's going to defend Queen Jack 8-9 Badoogie. And the... It's not really the flop Scott I was looking for. And
C6 checks.
not a great flop for you either, but I reckon he'd be looking to continue a fair portion of his range here. Let's see how he proceeds. He'll know better.
C2 checks.
But he's got a stranglehold on this one.
Heads up.
And he's turned Scott dead to a chop.
C6 checks.
To start putting chips here. Be interested to see what size Yoon comes with.
C3 bets.
Just under half.
No.
Nowhere really to go here for Scott. Just deciding in what world, if any, Queen Jack is good after Yoon checks back the flop here, but it's probably going to go into the muck. As I'm not sure. I just went to Google what time it is in Las Vegas.
Well, if
Really?
Lockie's on the
No,
chat,
it's
it's
only
probably
9:30.
5 in the morning, isn't it?
Nah, it's only 9:30. It's only
9:30.
9:30 at night.
Yeah.
As we're going to see Krilly in the 1500 double board bomb pot event.
15, 25.
And if you remember, if you recall, the first ever bomb pot event was last year.
Yes.
And do you
Our
know who
very
came
own,
second?
our very own.
Daniel Hashem went heads up for a bracelet there, but from memory, I think that was a bomb pot every
5,000.
round, one per round. But Krilly's telling us that it's a bomb pot every hand, which is going to be the most outrageous tournament ever. But I reckon you'd be a favourite in that event. Thanks for joining us in the chat as well, Dan. Commiserations on your second yesterday. No Cranbourne trots for me, but I'm sure I'll see you there next week.
C5 folds.
And commiserations from me too, Dan, but you'll be very famous because that one outer, that 2 on the river, that will get posted and that will be seen all around the world, and people will be commentating on that and they'll know your name. So
C6 calls.
commiserations and congrats on your second place and $10,800. Very good bit of work here.
That's pocket change for Dan Klinger, Harvey. $10,000. He'd walk over that on the street. There's some pretty trashy holdings here. Going to see a flop.
Heads up, check or bet.
I did see yesterday at the WSOP. I remember it was a good trivia question last year. If Dan had have won, there's not too many father-son combos of bracelet winners.
I think there's 3.
Yeah, so Todd and Doyle Brunson.
There you go. I haven't researched that, and I think there's 3. So.
There's Todd and Doyle Brunson,
Yes.
and they would have joined that list. And there's an extra one as of yesterday. A father-son. The father of a player that won a bracelet a few
Do you know who
years
that
ago.
is?
He played the 10K. He played the 10K, and he's just purely recreational. Played for fun. And he's on the final table with like Joe Carter and some of the best players in the world, and he just won it for $1 million.
Wow.
So they're now, I think, so there's 4 or 5 father-son bracelet winners. And it would have been good if the Hashems were on that list, but they fell 1 short. I think it's pretty unlucky in that heads up.
Joe was railing Daniel there too.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
It's right behind him. And
But a moment it would have been as Josh is very junky. Jack 2 is going to get to the river with the best hand.
7 bets, 60,000, 6-0.
Joe been up in the booth with
yes,
you
Joe's
this week?
spent a fair bit of time. He was here for some of those crazy hands last night, actually.
Scott here with the 10-8, wondering pure bluff catcher as he's going to find out. He's going to turn this one into a bluff. Now, those 2 8s are key blockers, and Josh has snapped that one off. Okay, very interesting. As Scott just decides to turn the 10-8-8-5 into a bluff there, of course, blocking heavily the flop straight. But Josh didn't think too much about that, put the chips in the middle and snapped.
Is there a hand in PLO? I mean, there's 2 pairs one. That. Imagine that's not going to be a winning hand too often in PLO. Is there a hand in PLO that you see win a lot? Is it a full house? Is that the sort of...
Crilly, if you're still watching, you can chime in there. It's probably played a million hands of PLO, but I'm not sure how to answer that question. I think that, once we get check raised there on the river, obviously got a pure bluff catcher, and Hold'em, it's completely different. 2 pairs a very strong hand, but 2 pair in this game doesn't get you that far.
So that's why I suppose I'm asking, when you've got the choice of 2 out of your 4 cards, clearly it does scream at you that it should be better hands than that are going to win the pot.
Yeah, it's just the way that hand plays down.
Sure.
I mean, if we've got 8-9, maybe we would have heard about that at some point on the flop or the turn. Now we're deciding to check raise it on the river.
90,000.
Josh has just decided that it's probably not credible enough and used his hand as a bluff catcher, and that pot probably got a lot bigger than we thought it was going to be with those holdings blind versus blind.
Pretty quick.
More than happy for anyone to chime in on the chat. I don't play much PLO. We're just trying to work it out up here ourselves.
I mean, you're educating me a bit, and I suppose at the time, hopefully educating those who are watching it, who are interested in it. But logic says to me, if you're starting with 4 cards, that there's going to be some hands you'd see more often than others. On the board.
I think obviously your relative hand strength goes down as Alan's got the dry queens here again in the big blind. He's cost him in the last orbit, so let's see what happens here on the flop. Yoon with the ace queen 10-8, 3 diamonds.
C1 checks, heads up.
Got some interaction here, but not sure. Yoon will be checking this one back, puts that in, and 2 many places we can go if we're Alan. We're pretty sure SBR's 1 now, and that goes into the bin. See, hands like that, for example, Harvey, you might look down at queens, but with an 8 deuce, you've always got to remember that pot limit Omaha is a drawing game.
Yeah.
right? You need to be able to draw to really strong hands, and you know when you've got queen, queen, 8 deuce, there's not really too many flops you're looking for unless it contains a queen. So be careful with those, and these players will know best.
I suppose the question I'm asking is, when it goes all the way to the river and, you know, we see the hands, are we sort of often seeing full houses? Are we often seeing flushes as winning hands? It's a bit like the question I asked you at the last event, which was, what pocket pair do we often see being dealt most to people and winning with? And there's no reason why 9s should be any more than
nines.
aces,
Everyone
but it's always
knows that.
9s.
It's always 9s. 9s flop sets. That's the saying. It's been saying for a long time. There's... I think we're going to learn a lot more as play goes on. You know, watching, obviously we know that Scott's going to try and get as many chips in the middle as possible with this holding. Obviously sitting here with about 16 big blinds, that'd be good enough to get that in. But, you know, seeing how particularly Yoon and Luke play, like Yoon is so good at pot 11 Omaha. This is going to go in, no doubt about it. As King, Queen, Queen 10 with a suit versus Ace King, Jack 10 of spades. It's going to be about a coin flip.
All in and a call.
It is all in and a call, and Alan all in and at risk here.
So I can see how this
225,000, correct?
is a really good starting hands for both of them. They've both got 2 suited cards, which is
Yeah, it was
some possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're only 7 big blinds effective, but Scott's flopped a flush draw here.
Gets it?
No,
No.
straight dead.
Oh God, yes.
Queens is full house.
Again, is that the worst card he probably could have got there? But he's all in anyway. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
wow.
any ace, king, or a spade
Yeah.
gets it done for him. Just not the queen.
the queen.
Of spades. So to full house to Alan. Yeah, of course. So like, I think, you know, without knowing sub 20 big blind ranges for PLO, or dare say ace, king, jack 10 suited is good enough for, you know, to get in first 16. But obviously Alan only had 7 bigs, so that was a snap get in for both players. But as I was saying before that all in call, I'm really keen to see how Luke and Yoon play. I know Alan's quite a good player too, but knowing how good Yoon is at PLO, like what he's doing is going to be correct. So we're going to learn as we watch these guys go on for the rest of the afternoon. And Luke, obviously, as we mentioned, adept at all the games, not only Hold'em and PLO, as he's an APT main event winner as well. Now this is a very good hand. King, Queen, Jack 9 double suited.
Seed 5 calls.
He's decided to limp here under the gun. He's probably going to go for... I know he's not the shortest stack anymore, so Scott has taken over that mantle. We are working with 7 bigs here, but I'm not sure ace, jack, 10-6 with the suit's good enough after a limp under the gun. Does agree, goes into the bin.
Seed 1 folds.
And Ian's going to see a flop.
Seed 4 checks.
Oh, it fell for my trap.
Some pretty raggy holdings, and
You left the fishing.
given what Luke and Yoon have, high is in pretty good shape here, and that continues. But Luke's open-ended.
Seed 4
Yoon's got top and bottom, so there's a lot of interaction between the players.
75,075.
High opts for over half. Interesting. He's going to try and set this one up to jam on the turn,
Seed 2 calls.
because he'll have less than pot behind.
Seed 4 calls.
Luke's going to see a turn as well. 8 clean outs to the nuts for Luke. as all players
Wow.
turn a flush draw.
Yeah.
Every single player in the hand has turned the flush draw, with Yoon now taking over as favourite, even though High has King Jack.
And I'm going to say, with what we saw folded, there are not too many clubs left in the deck, so
Yeah.
it's probably minimal chance that river's going to be a club, but
C2
it'd be
bet.
extremely interesting if it is.
150.
Yoon opting to lead here for half. Half of High's stack. This is really interesting now. Luke does have that 6-high flush draw, but he's going to deduct pretty easily, I'd say, that his hand may be not good. He does agree. And High's going to put this in. Yoon will call, and it's going to be a coin flip, as Yoon is also open-ended as well down the bottom of the board with the 6-4. He's got the clubs working.
There's his outs up the top
And
there,
a
Jinxie.
7 as
12
well.
outs.
Get that 7 to fill up to...
Gentlemen got 300,000.
It's literally a coin flip.
So 300,000.
Here's a good example for you. Harvey's got top 2 with a flush draw on the river, and we're still only a coin flip. So Yoon will be looking for a club,
I would have gotten it.
an 8, a 7, or a 3 to knock out High, and we'll be down to 5.
See the river, boys.
Well, I mean, like, you know, better than a black
He's
hand and
going
I
to double
slip the
up. He
clubs,
holds
right?
on there.
Jack. Top
That's
two.
out there.
No.
Call some.
300,000 on the top. There it is.
Queen 10
Bid.
clubs. Queen 10 clubs you didn't call.
300,000. And the main biscuits.
And I was, I had some 80s and some 9s.
But it's good, yeah? Yeah. Thank you.
That was a really good example there of what you've been talking about all the way along. It's like,
Action.
I think to answer your question over on Twitch, Scott can open to 85k because we're playing big blind ante.
Another 30,000, please.
So remember, one. I mean, I don't know if other people do this, but I always remember to calculate the pot. You call first, then raise. I find it easier to be able to calculate what's in there.
Of course I have to
So
commit.
it's 25, 25,
Yeah, good hand.
25, 15.
Who raised me? They're gonna have ace king. Or better, like, you know.
And most PLO tournaments, most PLO tournaments that I've played, especially definitely in casinos, is no big blind ante. So that's the reason you'll be able to set pot to 85k. Well, now the blinds have changed to 15, 30, but when you're referring to the 85k, always got to take into account that big blind ante, which some PLO tournaments have and some PLO tournaments don't. So I think it's more of a thing, especially in the last few months. But for a very long time, even up until 6 months ago, I'd probably never played a big blind anti-PLO tournament, especially at casinos. So
90,000.
it's going to speed things along a little bit too, isn't it?
we'd be here for it. No big blind ante with pot limit over heart. If we're sitting here 6-7 handed, we'd definitely be here all night. It definitely changes the game as well, especially if we're defending in a single raise pot. You know, the equity of our hands run a lot more together than they would if they were more incentivized to try and win the pot, because we've got an extra ante out there, and the equities run a lot closer in Omaha. So it's the best way I can describe it without being an Omaha player myself. But it is big blind ante, and you can see that down the bottom right hand corner: 15k, 30k, 30k. So
Can you see if that light is on over there, that flood light? Like up the top. You should be able to see it from where you're sitting.
yeah,
It is on?
both. Yeah.
No, the one on the stand on the corner.
50,000.
Is that light on?
No, it's not.
Because you're still getting a lot of glare on the...
No, it's on.
Okay. At night we put the lights on because it's really dark,
Yeah,
obviously.
And now it's,
And-
but they're off. That floodlight's
Yeah,
off.
they're off, but you can see when they're flopping the cards, you can hardly read them. It's overexposed.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that. Somehow I would have found a way to win.
I do believe the players have opted.
I got a
It
very
was a
important
while
card in
ago
my
we
hand.
missed it, but they opted to play through the break. So there was a bit of a break
I've done
that
it
was
before.
scheduled. The players obviously had
not
just
what
started
it's
playing, so
about.
they've offered to
I'm pretty sure you do 400k.
TD Berkey offered to ask the players if they wanted to keep playing, which they did. So we're probably going to be here for a bit longer towards the next break than you'd usually be after those 2 hours. So I'm led to believe all the players just wanted to keep playing. It would suck to just get here. Well, they get
That's
here
right,
and it's 20 minutes and they got to go on a break again.
Yeah.
And stuff that is. Bit of a primo here for Yoon. Ace King King 7. Ace King of Spades. Down to 700k after that last hand is Yoon. And I reckon Scott has repotted all in. He has. Yoon calls. He's not in good shape. His hand doesn't perform too well here against Yoon's specific hand. We'll probably see the equities run. Yeah, they are. So 28%. You know, when we're... What have we got? 6 big blinds. Ace, Queen, Jack 8. The nut suit's going to be as good as you're going to look down at. He's found himself in a bit of trouble here. And 72% of the time we'll be down to 5. This will be another big hit for Yoon if he manages to find a way to lose this pot. Over a million chips only a few hands ago, and that's just about...
I think that's done.
I think that's all
Even I know that that's done.
Goodness gracious me.
Well,
flopped quads.
Yeah. And you know when I said you'd probably see more hands than others winning, I wouldn't think that quads is one of them. I wouldn't think you see quads that often.
Yeah, I'm not. My brain doesn't work fast enough to think answer that question, but I think that...
Well, I don't think you see quads often in any poker game, so that's pretty cool.
If you flop it at the ultimate table over at Crown, you get 5k, so they're not giving it away for free. I can't think of too many times I've flopped quads, but Yoon has done that.
Didn't even give them a chance to enjoy it. They came out and the cards just whacked straight back in the pile. I think those quads were out there for 3 seconds. On my game, if you get quads or straight flush, everyone's taking photos and 15 minutes till the next hand.
5 left now. The jumps start to get in towards the buy-in level. Obviously, 5, 6, 7k been our last 3 jumps, but now we're getting a full buy-in jump as players start to get eliminated. 7,800 for 5th, 11,000 for 4th, with 34,500 up top. So we're starting to get into the thick of it now. As
the big pay jumps, aren't they? Just looking at that.
Yeah, well, from now they are, yeah. So I think 35k, definitely nothing to sneeze at. As Josh defends this pretty raggy Jack 10 7-5 with the Jack 10 of spades. High, got that flush draw.
C7 checks.
Seen Josh play some,
C5 checks.
fairly speculative stuff as he turns the flush, leaving Josh dead. I wonder if this is a board we might want to look to represent after we flat. He does agree. Leads for just under half. He's going to get the bad news pretty soon. I think if I hide, obviously just calling here. We are on a paired board. Surprised to see anything other than call. Does agree. We'll see a river and we'll see if Josh... 7 of hearts is an important card, but it's now river top pair, so this is going to be interesting to see how he proceeds. It's going to continue for pot here.
Wow.
This is now a tough spot for Hyde, turning that flush. Just got to remember that paired board.
330,000.
Have the third nut flush as well, and that 7 of hearts is a key card for Josh. And when we've got a heart in our hand, it's so much more unlikely for our opponent to have a flush, but he does on this occasion. Well, Harvey, usually when the Omaha players put all their cards into a pile, it usually means they're going into the muck.
Yeah, he hasn't piled them yet. He's got them beautifully laid out there.
cutting out calling chips now. Seeing what he's got left behind. 430. 530. 540k. That doesn't look like what he has though, so...
It's going in, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's going to call.
No, it's back into the stack. He's leaving it. He's a bit of defence here. It becomes a tougher hand to fold after the flop goes check, I think. You know, obviously we purely have a bluff catcher on this paired board, but once it goes check, after Josh defends, it makes it a lot more difficult to fold, I think, but I wouldn't be surprised to see high go either way with this one. He's very inquisitive.
It's starting to feel like a fold to me now. I was sure he was going to call.
You know, I don't think, you know, so we purely have a bluff catcher because I don't think, you know, if we've got a lower flush, maybe say something like 9-7 of hearts, 8-9 of hearts, hands like that, probably wouldn't go pot here on the river, I wouldn't have thought. Maybe they could, but I'm just trying to deduct what is going on.
Also had a look over there too to see if he could read anything off the body language.
Josh not giving much, is he?
No.
Let's tank a while here.
There's nothing to mention with the Feb thing coming up. There's not going to be a... well, still don't know.
C5 folds.
He puts that in the bin, and Josh gets that one through as the Queen Ten of Hearts goes into the mark.
So no, don't mention it yet. Is
30,000, 30,000.
just tell me what to do when you know. Just had our head of operations up here, the self-proclaimed PLO expert, Josh Monk, who will come up and join us at some stage and help clarify some of this stuff that he had a look at the commentary and he just gave us the little nod and said, no, you guys are going okay. So, but he will come up and talk us through the intricacies of this game as it gets into the pointy end. But again, really interesting there. He went into the tank and I actually, as I said, I thought initially he was going to call, and as he started to lean forward and lean back, started a bit of self-doubt and started to think about what could beat him, and obviously...
Man, there's just so many hands that do beat us there, but I think definitely after that turn, the flop going check, obviously that spot is a little bit more difficult. Most of the time there in PLO, a hand is going to be no good, so can't doubt high for putting that one into the bin.
You're ahead.
C5 raises 75,000, 7.5.
We'll basically play
You can already see that Josh has got a bit of daring in his game. He's looks like someone who, you know, is prepared to try and make things happen as opposed to playing ABC poker.
Couldn't agree more. I think, you know, especially when he flattered the
C1 calls.
when he flattered the 9-7-5 versus Luke, you know, when he was covered, that was probably an indication of what we were going to see. Interesting spot here for Alan now. Top pair. A lot of backdoor stuff going on for high too. Yeah, you know, when he flattered that hand on the button, you know, it was probably a really good indication of what we were going to see. There's high turns, a flush draw. Definitely looking to mixing it up and playing, you know, the holdings that have got him the stack of, you know, 2.5 million. And he's just shown in that last hand he's not afraid to go after it, turning that one into a bluff. As King 10 here is going to be good for Alan.
C1 checks. 5 checks. Out of position player. King 10. Two
King
pairs,
8 of
10,
high, no good there.
and kick up.
There's all 3 players, 2 players in the deal are just trying to decipher who's got the best hand.
Yes,
Alan,
it was close,
Yeah.
but
20 bigs. Alan now is. I've played some cash games versus our boss, Josh, in PLO, and he's obviously quite adept, so it would be good to get his thoughts on things later in the night for sure. Loves the game.
was very, very keen to get this one on the stream too, I can tell you.
Oh, it's awesome we're able to stream, the game. I remember probably going back 18 months, 2 years, our tables weren't even, they couldn't even stream PLO. So, step in the right direction there.
Software's incredible.
Have you seen any of the mixed game streams at the WSOP?
Yes.
The table, there's like 8 holders for 8 different cards in front of every player. It's like the technology's crazy. You know, when you got 3 players going 3 ways in stud, there's cards all over the place, but as long as the player puts it in the spot that's hold for them, it's just crazy technology.
Now the technology, I mean, we've seen it go from little camera, and you have to flip the cards up so you could see it, and then all the way through to this RFID as we go.
Josh here again with the Queen 7-7-6 with a suit. Yoon's got a really good hand here.
It's up to the flop. Check about.
Seven's nice for Josh.
C2 checks.
Middle set, and top and bottom for Yoon. We'll definitely be seeing a turn, if not a river.
C7 bets, 125,000.
I mean, pretty speculative holding from Josh. It's going to work out a lot of the time. I've got that straight draw as well. Yoon just deciding whether it's time to go or not. I dare say he'd probably come with call. It'd be interesting to see what he does. He's the master at this game.
You can see Yoon's got 2 pair there, aces and 4s.
And just with top and bottom and those 2 spades there.
C2 raises.
That looks like pot to me, Harvey.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And Josh is going to put this in, and Yoon's not going to be in very good shape here. Looks like it's gone pot all in call. It has. And Yoon's going to have 7 ounce twice. Got to remember, we've got that deuce as well.
2 pair at the moment.
And the 6, the ace to fill up. He's not in good shape, Yoon. That's the middle set of Josh. Commanding
Ace 4, 2 pair.
lead here.
Best of luck, gentlemen.
And that'll do it. Yoon just smashes the turn. It's got to pair the board without an ace to knock out Yoon. It doesn't happen. And Yoon's going to double up. More than double up. He goes to second in chips.
wow.
Alright. Now, C2's all-in was for...
Finish on the 6th.
Just coming from way behind, pre-flop.
700
yeah, on the flop, yeah. So
Pre-flop is, we had a set against the 2 pair.
yeah, on the flop, yeah. So,
Oh, sorry, after the flop,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then
look,
keeps himself in the tournament.
there'll be some wizards in the chat. Please chime in. I just think that, Queen 7-7-6 might be... Actually, he's raising into 2 stacks covered with 5 left. Could be a good hand to raise, but, it's probably as good a flop as he's going to get. Obviously, flopping middle set, but, we've seen Josh play a wide variety of hands. And he did get it in good on the flop, but it's cost him there in the end. And the worst part about that... the worst part about all of that is Yoon now is closing in on 2 million chips, and that's very bad news for everyone else, let me tell you, because Yoon with the stack in this game, it's going to be nearly impossible to beat. And, no disrespect to Luke, a great player, but you know, Yoon's probably the pick from here after he gets there on that pot. It's going to be very, very tough to overcome that stack.
C5 folds.
Kings with a suit for Josh. This is probably more what he's going to want to look to raise up here in the cutoff. Alan here with 20 bigs. I'm not sure this will cut it. He'll know better though. He's going to put it in. He does. And
C4 fold, C4 fold.
I reckon with how we've seen Josh play, he might repot this one in sub 20. Kings with a suit, but not too sure.
How much behind?
250 behind.
259.
No, less.
He just has a show
245.
Yeah, 245.
40. Gets cheaper and cheaper.
Let's see there if he does come in. It's pretty much a coin flip.
Kings with a suit, certainly hard to lay down, but Josh. Josh is going to put this one all in, and Alan
Oh, wow.
is going to call. And Alan knows that after a repot, his hand's performing very poorly. However, he's going to be very happy to see what Josh has because, you know, after he decides to pot, you could hear a few expletives there from Alan, but he's going to be pretty happy to see what he's up against. This is probably as good as he's going to get it in with the way this action's gone with Ace-Jack 9-7
Gentlemen.
with 3 spades. And it's a good window card. Yeah, Josh is basically dead. How many outs of those?
24
four
outs
from
left.
Josh. And Alan flops top 2 and will double up. Yeah, you could tell as soon as
Total, yep. 585,000.
as soon as Josh repotted, Alan knew that he probably not going to be doing too well a lot of the time, but that's as good as he's going to get in that spot.
This is 600,000, so I'm giving 15,000 change.
And now he's a force to be reckoned with. Alan Pham.
There we go. Yours as well. Bottom's good.
Goes to show he's been short since probably the start of coverage, but 2 hands in PLO and you're back in it. Josh back down to under 1 million chips for the first time
When ain't
since
broke, don't fix it.
we've joined the coverage.
It was working yesterday.
Spoken about these big pay jumps and just watching the way this is being played, I don't think any of these guys are interested in the pay jumps. I think they're all out there trying to win this event.
I know for a fact there's the 3 of them. Of the 5, I don't know. The 2 I don't know.
I'm just watching the
You're
way
right.
that they're playing.
Yeah.
You know, like no one's sitting on here waiting for players to get eliminated, and there's a lot of action.
Yes,
Certainly, Josh hasn't been shy. As he looks down and throws it away.
30,000. C7 folds, C1 folds, C2 folds.
I mean, no one's going to turn down 34,500 for sure, but you know these guys do play pretty high stakes behind the scenes, so I think a few might be playing for the glory as well as the trophy and
And the cash.
the cash.
It's a beautiful trophy too. Straight to the pool room if you win one of those. That's a fair flop for A. It's look at that, 93%.
Luke's raised here. I'd be surprised if he didn't continue.
4 bets.
Basically going to have the worst possible hand he can have in this spot, so it's worth firing again, but I reckon he'll be one and done, Luke Edwards, on this board.
Seat 5
Just a
call.
call.
Heads up.
No club blockers working for Luke either. I reckon. Be surprised to see him fire out another one here. Does look for that club. It's not there, Luke. Very big surfing fan. Big surfer is Luke from down Geelong Way. Does come with check. This will check behind nearly always, I'd say. Probably want to look to get this one to showdown. Does agree. I dare say this will be going check nearly all of the time. Unless Luke's got some devious intentions, but I doubt it. And High's going to be very happy to get this one to showdown and win.
No.
C5 bets. 200,000. C4 faults. Next.
Interesting there. Just decides to go for 200k. But as I was saying,
Was he worried perhaps he wasn't ahead?
uh,
So he's bet
I'm
there.
not sure.
What do you think's happened there?
I couldn't comment.
Because it's not
I couldn't
really a
comment on
raising
that.
hand, I wouldn't have thought there.
I think,
Or betting hand, I should say.
man, I'm not sure kind of what
Yeah.
they're doing there, but others out there will maybe know a little better. I feel like Ace Queen, after it goes check, probably a hand we're very happy to get to showdown and win the pot, but
That indicates to me maybe he thought if he goes to showdown, he may
he
not
may
have
not
won
win.
them.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I think
I'm at least plus 10%
because
when I'm
it didn't
playing.
feel like a betting hand to me, but
That's why
there you go.
I don't jam you.
he did have a
Who am
7.
I?
So he did have a 7 in his hand. Maybe that's
You gotta make
irrelevant
sure
blocker,
first.
but I'm not sure what they're folding out. I feel like that would have been nice to get to showdown, but that one it's okay. High will know better.
He
He's on the
wins it either
2.5k.
way, so-
He does win it either way. He's on the 2.5k FT. We are not.
Seat 5 call.
Lovely hand here for Josh. Ace Jack 8 6 double suited,
And seat
and
7
even more
bet.
lovely that we do have high covered in both of those suits. So diamonds or clubs would be interesting as we get spade heart. As I asked for diamonds and clubs. But high does have bottom set. And if you have a look at how the equities are running here, even on a draw heavy board such as this, bottom set's basically got this one pretty well locked up. No spades or wraps or any of the sort for the other two players, so that'll get this one done.
Takes the pot. The button moves.
Look how evenly those stacks have distributed out now. Yoon's really going to fancy himself here, I've got no doubt about that.
30-30.
Still on pretty small blinds here, but the chips are moving around everywhere, aren't they?
It's pot limit Omaha. Finding out.
Oh, that's yours. That's yours. Stuck to go over there. 30,000. Seat 2 raises to 105,000.
You'd be happy with that one, wouldn't you?
Fold. Seat 5 fold.
Yoon's opening hand there.
5,000.
It's about as good as you get without having an extra suit. Ace King, Jack with King Jack of Spades. Josh. Oh no. And that's about the worst
No,
hand you can get
hate
for
to see
Alan.
three of the same,
It's
do you?
just as bad as it will get, really. So
Ever seen 4? Ever look down at a pot limit and seen 4 of a kind in your own hand?
no, I
Because that'd be
reckon.
the worst, wouldn't it?
No, I actually honestly don't think I have, to be honest. I think,
That would be the worst starting hand, wouldn't it?
well, it is. You can't possibly. Yeah, it doesn't get much worse than that. I've had 3 a few times, obviously, but it does happen. But yeah, 4 in one hand would be pretty rare. Someone would be able to work that one out.
Folds. Four folds. C5 folds.
Ace, king, jack, jack again.
That looks almost identical to the last
It
one we
is.
saw.
It is. Expect we've got diamonds now instead of spades. Alan, king, queen, 9, 4 double suited. He's going to see a flop.
C2 folds.
So, 2 to the flop here.
C1 checks. Heads up. C7 checks.
Josh decides to check this one behind, and Alan picks up
Wow.
2 pair and a flush draw as well. That's going to
Didn't
be
that just turn on one
Yeah.
card? Wow.
that's PLO. As Josh just learned to check that one back's going to blow up in his face. Still has 10 outs.
150,000, 150, and C7 calls.
Very interesting river coming up.
Heads up.
As Alan fills up on the river. 560k in the pot. Think about what we're targeting and what size we use is going to be really interesting to see how Alan proceeds in a spot like this. Yeah, we're not going to think our opponent's going to check back aces on that flop a lot. It's the only hand we lose to given how this one's played out. He does snap that off, but I wouldn't mind seeing what size that is. He does go small.
So C1 bets
Goes quite small.
1.5,000
Josh
and C7
snaps and sees the bad news, and Josh down to $500,000.
120.
I mean, still 17 bigs, but you know he's had 2 million since we've started coverage, so it's starting to leak a little bit.
125.
That was a costly check on the turn.
I think he got up to about 2.5 mil.
Yeah, he did not that long ago.
The outside one, mate.
Yeah, wouldn't mind.
Don't let me give you the hat.
You see that run out? It's not so good.
I had a queen as well.
30,000. C5 folds. C7 folds. C1 folds. C2 calls. C4 checks. Check a bit. Heads up. Check. C2 checks. C4 checks. Check a bit. C2 checks. C4 bets. 80,000. 80. C2 calls. C river. Heads up, check a bit. Check. C4 bets. 250,000.
So what's the plan? Putting the main on tonight or something? Oh no, this is it. Yeah.
Fault.
20, 40, 40 cents.
Lines are up.
20, 40, 40.
Lines are now
11 o'clock.
40,000.
10:45 late, Reg.
Big blind empty.
Yeah. Yeah. Let him do whatever. Yeah. Yeah.
Fold, fold.
Yeah. Yep.
Folds, seat 1.
Fucking everything else up. Yeah. Yeah.
Seat 2, raises.
Yeah.
140,000.
What's the go?
40. Seat 4, folds.
No, 0%. Zero. Yeah. No.
Seat 5, folds. That's good.
Aggressive.
That's what Manny's just saying. Yeah. Apparently, whatever table Fev draws, they'll get up here maybe. Yeah.
40,000.
Enjoying you back here in the booth, and this is the third time Alan's had some raggy queens, but the double suited this is the one. If you're looking for Harvey, and you're looking to get in as many big blinds as possible, is the double suited aces. Now Alan's raised this one up from a graphics always say under the gun, but it is a hijack. So even three-handed, actually even four-handed, it will say under the gun, even though. But Ian's going to pot this.
He is.
Raise. C2 raises to 475,000. C4 folds. C5 folds. C6
So that's
folds.
it's a pot bet. Is that right, Jinxie? He's
That
just
was
gone max
pot.
there. So had a couple of people on the chat going, when are we going to hear it? Pot? There he goes. And
He's not going to like that one. It's probably as good as a
take
hand
it.
as we'll get, but he takes that one down, running into one of the worst hands Alan's going to have there. Won't see a flop. You know, if Yoon's going to be nearly impossible to beat.
I know, you've been
Even
saying
with-
this for a while, and
but
he's
now with
just
double suited,
accumulated,
yeah.
hasn't he, since then? He was down below $1 million and he's worked his way up now to pretty much equal chip lead. It's Josh now, who's in the most danger. Still
C2 folds.
got plenty of blinds, but the way we've been watching this being played, it just feels far more. Just feels like there's far more action than I would have expected here. We were talking about maybe 5 or 6 hours. It really doesn't feel like that to me. That's
High's going to flat the 9985 double suited. Josh, seen some pretty raggy hands go to
C1 pots.
the flop here, especially from Josh. The Jack 962 double suited as well, but Alan's having none of it.
C5
Alan's having none of it. It's going to pop this one up.
160,000.
And high going nowhere. Josh is going to put this one in the bin. He does. And another coin flip. You're going to see that a lot.
Another really juicy one. He's already flying to retain the pot here.
Heads up. Check a bit.
This is interesting.
5.
Alan,
In the middle.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't continue here because, after we pot pre, this is a board we're going to look to continue on quite often, irrespective of our hand, of course. He does continue. Yeah, high.
He's got the 2 pair here.
He does those 2 backdoor flush draws as well. Bottom 2 pair in pot limit Omaha tends to get you in a fair bit of strife, and we saw him fold that flush before. This is a card I think Alan would look to continue on. We've decided to pot our hand as a bluff pre, obviously. I'd be surprised if Alan doesn't continue.
High, just looking down at his hand, obviously, not having any idea what Alan's got. That's not a great card for him.
Sorry.
It's the worst card in the deck, and if he pots, he's going to snap in it. And that is what happens. Yeah, so Alan comes with full pot on the turn, and a really, really well played hand there from Alan Pham.
A card just fell off the table.
And look how close. Look at the equities there. Like, Alan's pretty dead. Queen Jack or 10 to take that one down, but he's only 20%. But after potting pre, betting turn, it's a perfect hand.
Yep, 5 folded. Yep.
Just another lesson in poker, isn't it? That it's not necessarily what you're holding; it's what you put your opponent on. And because as you say, that was a horrible card for High, and
it's a shocking card for his range. And I think that especially we've got those 2 backdoor flush draws as well. They don't eventuate. Alan putting the foot down here and.
Sorry.
9985 double suited. We're not Omaha players up here, but if anyone's watching and wants to let us know, I'm not. We're about 35 deep, maybe. Oh, that's better. Sorry. We're back.
good bit of work from our producer here, Matty. He's done a bit of tech work. I think he just turned a couple of knobs, but it's made a big difference to us. So thank you, mate. Can hear a little bit more.
Look how fast our dealer here is working. Daniel Curtis, very experienced pot limit Omaha dealer.
Got to assume that Steve on the
have a look at
chat
that.
is a good mate of his.
Yeah. Daniel got a lot of mates in poker. Very nice guy.
Yep. Deck's good.
Lives very, very close. We live very, very close to each other, me and Dan. Within a few hundred metres, I think.
Came in here with a little spring in your step this morning, Jigsy, after the footy last night.
Spring in my step? What's the opposite of that?
20, 40, 40, boys.
That was
to,
spring out the window.
yeah.
That was as shocking as a performance we've put in all year.
And you know what? It's just another time where the media just hammers a footy team and they respond.
Yeah, of course.
Did Hawthorn deserve that? What they've been copying the media for?
Yeah, I think they do. I've been. My mum's one-eyed Hawthorn, so I do keep an eye on them. They've been going pretty poor.
40,000.
They've actually been going quite bad. I've watched it, and that's why I was very surprised last night.
Yeah.
We do get a lot. We've got to be careful. We do get a lot of hate.
This will be
140,000.
the lot here. Josh raises.
C1 folds.
Yoon might have something here because he sized up Josh's stack, and just going to wonder if he wants to put the rest in here.
Yes.
I know.
Call.
Just calls. So
40,000.
SBR is 1.
Despite that great
That's
looking starting hand, have a look, it's still 50-50.
Alright, heads up. To the flop. Check about.
And I reckon Yoon will pot this. He does.
In the middle there was 340, so it's all.
And he's going to be in pretty good shape.
Right.
60% of the time. We're going to have 4 left.
The gentleman has.
Yeah.
There and up and down.
You had that hand, bro.
Well, Yoon's got half the deck.
And
5 of those outs have been folded.
the overpair.
But if I'm sitting here with aces, I'm not loving it.
There's so many outs in there. Up and down.
So you look at-
a pair already.
I mean, he's already 10% favourite without having the best hand just yet. So that's how Omaha works.
That's a lot.
And there's a lot of cards that Josh is dead on the turn on. That's one of them.
There's one. Yep.
That is one of them. And Josh is going to go home
Hold on.
in 5th place.
Yellow.
7,800.
That's unlucky.
Covers.
It's not a bad result. What's that? 3 binds for Josh. He might be lamenting a little bit, you know, some of the hands he played. He was looking to mix it up there. We saw the 9-7-5-5 and, you know, took some pretty raggy holdings to the flop, turn and river and he's paid the price out in 5th place.
Button is good.
But unfortunate there on that last hand. He was going broke no matter what. If Yoon pots it pre or if he puts it on the flop, doesn't matter what's happening. He's getting his aces in and he's going home.
Why did I say that?
Again, interesting for me to see that. He's got pocket aces. He's got the suited ace king. Yet pre-flop he was still only 50%. It just looked like such a great starting hand.
If you're looking at, especially with Yoon has completely different interaction with his cards. What did you have? Queen 9-7-5 double suited, and doesn't have any of Josh's suit, So when we're dealing with equities like that, and they run extremely close in PLO,
Why are you gonna do that? I guess after we do.
Now he's
so
got
you're
a
getting a
target.
good example of kind of how things work, Harvey.
Up to me.
Call.
We do get a lot of hate in the comments when we bring up the footy, but I'm just thinking whenever we bring up the footy, we're in Queensland and New South Wales. So this is the first time I brought up the footy in Victoria, so we might not get as much vitriol.
Watching all over the place, I'm sure, but
No, that was a shocking performance last
not
night.
a great performance. And
20,000, sir. No discounts.
reality just creeping in for the
I am-
Blues at the moment too. I mean, they've beaten anyone of any note. When you just look back at who they've actually beaten, I think they've beaten one team in the top 8. So,
Yeah.
and they've got quite a few injuries waiting for guys to come back. So I think they've done well to this point. But Hawthorn's a damn good footy side, and I just think the commentators write them off at their peril. And it wasn't about hammering them about their form. It was more writing them off as a chance.
You're the
a
flush
massive
specialist.
chance.
Yeah.
C2 calls. C4 calls.
I revealed yesterday who I support and only got hate on the chat. So I'm not
Oh, I know
I'll
his
figure
thoughts,
out who
of course.
Checks.
I think I'm very, very critical of our team and our coach quite often, but I think it's one of the best Doggies teams we've had in the last 10 years. I think we've taken it to every top team, and we have a very, very, very good run home. So we'll be playing finals for sure. We'll be there, but it's Luke with the flush draw, and Jack, of course. Still the best hand at this point. A lot of equity there for high. I wonder if the SBR is at 2 if Luke wants to get this in.
Pot.
He does. He does. He says pot. I might not be going anywhere
I don't
here.
know if he will
C4
here.
pots to 340.
Top pair, open-ended, and he does. He's going in, and Luke is going to be in really good shape
Like the flush draw.
to take over the chip lead here.
500 and
Still 14 outs twice for high, but
I was worried about flush draw.
for some reason,
I think I can let go.
I feel like I want Luke's hand here for sure.
Let's be
A
honest.
couple of these 14
Anyone
outs have
else?
already come out. The 8 and 6 of hearts, so it's actually 12
Oh shit, I thought I had
outs
flush draw.
now.
Damn. No, I swear. Fuck. That's a misread.
What are you gonna say?
Okay, so I think High might have thought he had a wrap.
Yeah, no.
right.
Yeah.
So I think he's put his cards down and realised he's only open-ended.
The river.
Few superlatives there, and he's drawing dead on the turn, and that'll be it.
I swear it was a misread. But
Yeah, so he says it's a misread. So he's either thought he's got a wrap or a flush draw to go with it, so he's not too happy with himself.
And that happens even at the top level. Happens in our home games all the time, of course, but yeah, at the top level sometimes. And now you've got 4 cards to consider.
Button.
I mean, for a misread to still have 40% equity is probably not too bad, or whatever he had, 35%. But
he clearly misread. You could just see his body language when he left. That
yeah,
he wasn't happy with himself, but he'll be happy to go down to the cashier and pick up 11k. So
absolutely right. 15k guaranteed for our final 3, and I think if anyone was tuning in, no disrespect to anyone else, if you know, to have a tip for the final 3 with the way the stacks were distributed, this would probably be everyone's tip. Yoon, Luke, and Alan. We are pretty deep here as well. We could be here a while 3-handed, so we're going to see some really, really high level pot limit Omaha play here from these 3 guys.
Alright, dead small, 40,000.
yeah, we've lost 2 players
The
in 2
gentleman
hands.
raises
Some
140,000.
monsters against each other. I don't know if these 3 will be going anywhere in a hurry.
Oh.
So if got some mates who maybe aren't on the stream, let them
So we
know.
got seed 2
Tune in.
raises, seed 4 folds, and seed 1 call. Yeah, heads up. Seed 4 folded. So.
I don't want to preempt anything, but that watch on Yoon's wrist might be worth a bit more than what first place prize is here. Just having a quick look at that. I could be wrong though.
Seed 1 check.
As Yoon has aces with a suit here. Open-ended as well. Got a lock on this one.
Seed 2 checks.
Checks this one behind.
Heads up, check.
And a straight to Yoon. Just going to lock this one up.
Seed 1 bets 150,000.
Yeah, I went to... I actually didn't realise. I'm like, I've been meaning... I wanted to go to... Oh, sorry. I might interject here. I thought we weren't going to see much action here as Alan is going to decide to turn his hand into a bluff. Got that King of Spades working.
Seed 2 calls.
And the 8 as well. Some nice blockers here. So let's see if Alan follows through here on the river.
And of course, his mate got him into that straight.
After he bets half pot on the turn, it's hard to see him not deciding to bluff this river. He does go for it. Yoon does not like it. Don't see him folding, but because we block ace king heavily, we do have a straight. Might be a very, very hard one for us to lay down. Oh, it looks like he's going to do it.
I'm not sure.
Especially with the 2 aces in a hand, I think this makes it very hard to fold. But Yoon's the master at this game, and he'll know best. I reckon you might be able to figure this one out. Yeah, goes in.
2 calls.
Alan knows, says nice hand, and Yoon puts that one down. Yeah, I think, you know, even though that king and the 8 working for Alan, when we're blocking ace king so heavily, even though we have the bottom end of that straight, it was always going to be really hard to...
The 9 king would have
Dead.
also
Yeah,
in the
correct.
straight. So but that's a really good call, isn't it?
Yeah, especially, I think, you know, ace king is one of those hands that our opponent is representing, even though king 9 is a hand as well, and we've got a king in our hand. But when we've got those 2 aces, the amount of combos of ace king our opponent can have diminish severely, and I reckon that's probably one of the reasons why Yoon decides to call. Knows how good Alan is, how capable he is in a spot like that as well. It's something that goes into it too.
C4 folds. Pots 120,000. 120. C1 pot.
Break after this. 25? One more after that.
C2 calls.
Aces again here. We're seeing aces quite a lot in the last 20 or so minutes. And it's about as bad as you would want to flop against Alan's hand.
C1 bets 75,000.
Can't go anywhere just yet. We're Yoon. Of course. But remember, Harvey, that queen's no good.
Call.
It's only a king or a nine. As I said, it's as bad as you'd want to flop against aces. Alan turns a flush draw. Not that he needed it. Really interested to see how these two proceed. Can't wait to see what Yoon does here.
C1 bets 225,000.
It's half pot, just over half from Alan, and Yoon's looked like he was going to snap in that.
No way he realises he's that skinny. Just 3 outs.
Well, he's, I don't know, he's good enough to decipher it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Yoon do anything here, but still would be a great fold. But he can't let it go just yet. Our hand's too good. Just under $1 million in the pot here. Less than pot for Alan as well. So I just wonder what size Alan does come with here on the river if he goes for full pot, which would be all in.
C1 checks.
Comes with
C2
check,
C1.
check, and aces will hold up there.
C2.
That's a big pot to Alan. Back over 1.5 million now.
Pardon me, he's got on C1.
Definitely could be hero well, Harvey, with the way these three players are playing and the way the stacks are distributed. We're still very deep.
The 100Ks are in play.
Is that more often? Although, I'm more than me. It's just bullshit.
After last night, Jinxie, nothing's going to feel long. So we've got to do it.
What was it?
It
Just didn't stop.
It just, we
20,000.
thought we could an hour and a half when we came back. I went for 5 hours.
20,000, 40,000, 40,000 big blind ante.
It's just an event that should. It wasn't actually that.
It could have been over.
It
Yeah,
could have been
yeah,
over so
yeah.
early.
Of course.
So many players climb out of a coffin in such a short space of time.
So folds, not least.
Well, the fat lady was singing. The whole chorus was going. Stop.
That ace king aces hand for Dan Simon 3-handed is pretty crazy. First for second in chips.
Always the straight flush read well.
The other.
Oh, I thought you put that king. 4-4.
It'd be better for the broadcast if we could
And use the
players
Sydney
around the
taking
table a
nuts.
little bit, but
Taking his
that
time.
doesn't.
No, it's locked in. Yeah.
Stay-
And
stay in your
straight.
seat. Just it makes it maybe a little more chatty that they're all sitting so close to each other.
Heads up, we can always work something out, but three-handed.
Raise. So C2 raises.
Yoon's going to start to put the pressure on here. We can see the queen 887
C4 folds.
with the suit.
C1 calls.
Oh, and I'll see a flop here with the 10-6-6-5. Just want to see any clubs.
Heads up to the flop.
Doesn't.
C1 chase.
Yoon would look to continue here potentially. This board is all him.
Stop myself there, Jinxie. I was about to say they're all red cards, but obviously with our graphics, the diamonds are a light blue.
Yeah, the four-colour deck. It's the best thing we've done, I think, and for this stream and the coverage, the four-colour deck was just, yeah, it was just a good decision by us to bring that in. It's also got to remember too, if you're playing a lot of online poker, you know, that's been big online for some time. If you're playing 10 tables at once, you know, having a four-colour deck, four-card colour deck, it's much more easy to decipher where you're at across 10 different tables. So a lot of players are now just used to that. Now having it on the stream, I think makes it a lot better spectacle and easier to decipher and a lot more familiar for, you know, players that are playing quite regularly.
Skill in itself there, Jinxie. I find it hard to concentrate on one hand.
40,000.
Poker is always playing 10 at a time.
10s. Some people play 30. Like, it's, you know, that's probably extreme, but I think 16 for me is like a max, but that's many years ago. And now I think 6 at once is probably, I don't want to go much more than that, because then as
C2 calls.
Yoon decides, oh no, sorry, that's Alan's hand. Let the graphics catch up. Yeah, you got some crazy guys out there, 24 tables at a time and whatnot, and they can make really high EV decisions across all of those tables. It's different kinds of human beings.
Very interesting.
C4 bets,
doc on
75,000.
box the other day.
Okay. Where was that on?
Fold.
There's some YouTube and Russian poker bot.
That was good.
So you get to a place where you actually don't know if you're playing against a human or a robot.
Yeah, common issue. Hopefully not as big of an issue as a lot of people think, but yeah, that is one thing that if you do decide to, it's very hard to play online from Australia, but you know, if you can find a way, or if you're overseas or whatever, it's one thing that you know you've got to face at some point for sure is you're likely playing against a bot at some point, or you know, getting colluded against, and that is just a risk that you take when playing online. You just got to rely on the regulator of the site to be able to, you know, knock that on the head as soon as it comes about. But when there's so much money involved, that type of stuff's always going to be around.
It's an interesting angle. I'm not obviously one to talk it down. Anyone who plays online knows what they're up against, but certainly an angle that they were talking about how some of the sites know that the bots are there, but they don't shut them down because they want lots of games and, you know, lots
Well, it increases revenue and rake.
You don't want to go in and see that the table's empty. You're not going to play. So
Yeah.
you know, it's an interesting phenomenon, and
For sure.
technology.
Yeah, I think some of the bigger sites have all been accused of that. Probably ACR is the biggest one. I've probably seen online more commentary about them than anyone else, that, you know, they're going to take the rake from anyone, because even though they're not real humans or they're bots, they're still paying rake and they're still, you know, they're still creating revenue for the company. But there comes an inflection point in time. You know, if you're a very good player and you're just continually losing, because, you know, over a couple 100,000 hands, 20, 30,000 hands, no matter how good you are, you're not going to be able to beat a bot that's playing perfectly. So, you know, there comes an inflection point where people will stop playing, real people stop playing on your site, and you think revenue would come back down. but it's up to the site to make that decision. I remember back in the day, when you downloaded PokerStars onto your laptop, you were basically given PokerStars your entire life. Like the software,
Cheap bluff.
the software gave way more access to your computer than what anyone would ever have thought. So it was really easy for it's impossible nearly to play on Stars on a VPN. They're very good at picking all that type of stuff up. The other sites maybe not as much, but when you're downloading the software, you're giving a lot more away on your computer than you would actually think. So but I think more of the problems are on other sites that you'd be talking about, ACR specifically, but I think it's definitely something that when you choose to play online, you're going to come across at some point, and you'll just never know. Basically, you can't.
Access to your computer to,
C4 calls 40,000.
Yeah,
of course.
Downloading and thinking that you're
Maybe I'll never miss the problem though.
Timo, I mean, there's a lot of chat about what you're actually giving away. So
I think online as well. Like I've usually been fairly confident. Like bots can be easy to pick, especially app-based poker. It's obviously a grey area of operation, but app-based poker is quite popular, and it's pretty easy to be able to pick up bots on there, I'd say, from just their stats and how long they take to make decisions. But then again, you're dealing with club owners and whatever that may not be incentivized, as you said, to get rid of them because it increases revenue. So it's just something that a lot of people and a lot of extremely talented pros who could make money online would just maybe choosing to play live, and knowing that they're just taking that risk out of their game completely. And even they're not immune to it. I mean, you see, the scandal with Ali Imsirovic and Jake Schindler. It's probably two of the best players in the last 5 years, I'd say. Were found to be cheating like heavily, and they were playing huge stakes online and live. So, it's a crazy story in itself. You can go and look at that online, and you can see. I mean, I only saw last week that Ali bagged a chip lead in a big tournament in America, and they banned him after day one. So, I mean, that situation's obviously ongoing, but just obviously a bit of a sidetrack there. If you
pick up a few more chips, but it's interesting, and I think the people.
Where it won't happen is here, playing live poker here down at APT.
But I do have to tell you, we watch enough stuff online or hear the wrong end of it and go, this would only happen online. This is I'll tell you what, the stuff you watched last night,
it goes back the other.
Games is restored. That stuff can happen and does happen often. Playing live.
I think too.
Where was it? Was it in Brisbane that we sat at a final table as well? And we were just sitting there going, no way. No. It was one after the other.
I remember the event. It was the 10K TLPT. It was like you're watching a simulation. Like the hands were set up, and it was just cooler after cooler.
Like sandpaper or some shit. Calls and
40,000. C4 calls. C1 pots. 160,000. 160. C2 folds. C4 calls. Heads up. Check that. bets 200,000. C4 folds.
Millions. Millions.
Good shot. I had it.
Still think you had millions.
What's the wins? Kings.
Yeah.
King James.
Shouldn't have called him my set man.
Give me a man. Top one.
Oof. Here I am with a backdoor flush draw and pair, just licking my lips.
Good enough for you. Plenty.
just like tiniest bit more.
Yes, I'll leave
C1
that
fold.
info back to you, Harvey, if you want to relate to the
Yeah,
fans.
So we just had to chop off because we've got a bit of info about later tonight. It's
C2
good
call.
news if you're planning on coming down.
Pot.
And
C4
especially
pots,
if you're planning on coming down
120,000.
and playing Brendan Favola's hosted event, which is Fev's Fever, kicking off at 6 o'clock here at the Oakwood Premier in South Melbourne.
Fold.
C2 folds.
News
Probably
is
then we're gonna in your hand anyway.
enter the event,
I'm
you
happy.
get a wristband.
Got a pat.
Five
You got a pat?
Got a pat.
Oh.
meet and greet.
Ah.
With Fev there.
Alright, well I'm gonna
Bar
draw.
will be open, so
You start drawing, I got a break.
wine,
Yeah.
basic
Oh, really?
spirits, soft drinks,
I mean, when I draw 3, you should probably pat.
and tournament gets underway at 6. And the even better news is that the bar up
But
on
no,
the 40th floor,
you're drawing 3. I didn't start
Right,
drawing 2.
Oh no.
courtesy
Yeah,
drinks
little
if you're
raise on
in the event. If you have
Sorry,
the
yeah,
wristband,
Second draw. What do I
way
call it?
through to
Raise on
the
second.
bar tab is expired and it's a decent bar
It's
tab.
gonna be
So
all perfect.
I think that would happen any time soon. So
Yeah.
playing Fev's Fever down on level
40,000.
5 and up on level 40 where we are.
C2 fold.
Bar over on the other side will be open for all players through the
Four
night.
folds.
It was long square and a bad food ever.
It's a $500 buy-in event. Let's pause here as we go to the flop. Alan out in front. Post flop.
Bets 75,000. So C4 bet 75,000 and C1 called. Is that for the turn?
Is the flush. Luke
C4
making
checks.
2 pair. So got 2 outs
C1 checks.
and he hits one of them. Can you believe that? He had 2 cards there, Jinxie, to hit.
Well, I've just sat back down, so it might be a good time to.
Yep.
Checks.
Well, he was behind to the flush. He had 2 pair, 8s and 4s, and just a 4 on the river. And
C1 bets 150,000.
good bet. Luke, figure this out.
He's more than figure it out. He's just contemplating what size to go to if he raises it or if he just wants to flat. I didn't see the action though, so I'm not. After turn goes check.
C4 raises.
Decide to see if he doesn't raise, but that is a raise. I'm just trying to catch up on the action.
Yeah.
Flop 75,
I know
turn
he sat
check.
there just as the 4 came out.
Alan won't be calling this one off, I wouldn't have thought. What, so you run over the Favola stuff, the big
Halfway
fellas
through it,
coming
it
in.
started to get interesting with a million pots, so
These are calling chips Alan's put out into his hand. Look at Yoon. Not in the hand, really sizing up
yes.
what Luke's doing. His manner is. Look at him there. Look at him there. He's very,
It's
very.
almost like if I was playing this,
Of
what would I
course,
do?
it's what makes him so.
Right.
What makes him so good? Just a little thing there that you may not pick up, or you may, you may not do if you're playing. If you're not in the hand, you won't be taking a lot of a lot of information out of it. But have a look at Yoon. They're sizing up Alan's stack and looking at Luke. Always deciphering, trying to figure out what's going on.
Fold. That look was just. I'm
I
gonna
mean,
fold.
this would-
Yep, there you go.
We can never really call there, but just having a funeral for his hand. I'll let you go on if you only got halfway through the Favola stuff.
Telling everyone about the free drinks. Everyone's just getting in their car and heading down. We're in South Melbourne at the Oakwood Premier. So again, if you enter the Brendan Favola's tournament tonight, it's a $500 entry and a $100 booking fee. You
It'll all be
do
over
here
by
on
then
site.
anyway.
We'll talk about how easy it is to enter with the booking fees, QR code, and you're in.
I want him to know.
A bit of a meet and greet
I want
with
him.
drinks.
Left
6
foot for
o'clock
it.
the tournament gets underway. We're keeping the bar open, the tabs open.
Beautiful.
Upstairs on the 40th floor, so at any break or if you do get knocked out or you just need to
So there's been a lot of falls.
get some liquid into you, the bar will be open right through. We're expecting a massive crowd for this one. It's, you can buy in and rebuy all the way up to about 10:30 tonight.
Oh,
And,
now you've
it is
done it.
scheduled
Why would you
to
say
be a
that?
2-day event. I'm sure it's going to go into tomorrow.
It is scheduled for a 2-day event, is it?
Yeah, well, it's not in the schedule as such, but
Yeah.
everyone around here is expecting it to go into the second
I
day,
guess
just
they're
purely
anyway,
because of the numbers that we've been getting to
Not
Hash
so
and Deep
much
Stack,
for
which
work.
is a very
Raised
similar event to this.
100
Oh.
120,000.
117
Oh,
in that.
cool.
It's getting grizzly.
Step up the ladder level.
Have a look at what's going on here. There's been a
Speaking of those, in
Raise.
China, they were-
High
they were
gain.
not having
Double
falls.
suited aces again on this FT.
Check.
Not much there for Alan.
C1 check.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, it's easily Googleable, but if that is a word. But see, Favola's still kicking bags of goals in country footy. How old would he be? So, Favola age.
late 30s, I reckon. Yeah.
Checks.
Guess again.
In his 40s?
Mid.
Mid-40s?
It's 44. He's still kicking bags of goals in country footy.
Well, you know, he played in a Super Rules over 35 premiership with Tony Hasham last year, so
And
Yeah, okay.
shows aces.
a couple of other very good ex-AFL players as well.
Loaded aces.
I think Swanee played.
Quattro.
I can tell you that. See that sorry, number 8 is a.
Just received a message from Didier, APT ambassador over in Vegas.
I can't tell you what number 4 means.
Commending
Well, given the
the stream,
the
tuning in from Las Vegas at probably about 10:30 at night there now. I saw Didier was deep in the $1,500 shootout. I saw he busted around 50 or 60th. The field sizes there are crazy. You know, you beat 1,100, 2,000 other players, and you get 3 or 4 buy-ins. It's
Yeah, exactly.
pretty disheartening, but a good run there to start the series. I think Didier might have cashed something else as well early on. Keeping a keen eye on everyone's over there. A lot of APT regulars are in Vegas.
120,000.
Nathaniel Hutton, APT main event winner, won a tournament on his first day in Vegas. He won the 08, I think it was high-low. Was it stud? It was some type of mixed game. I don't know if anyone's listening that is mates with Nathaniel, but first day in Vegas, 15k there, and a few of the boys have had some pretty deep runs. I saw Paris,
Heads up.
Paris 20th in the 2k with probably about 700,000 up top. So a lot of the boys having some deep runs, but no bracelets as yet. And what about the effort of Malcolm Trainer, multiple APT event winner, won that big event in Sydney. He won that 1K Mystery Millions bracelet last year, and then top 30 again this year in 2 19,000 runner events. It's outrageous. Is probably not even the word. Whatever. It's beyond words, really. He's so talented, and he just keeps putting the runs on the board. And even last year, you know, imagine the minefield that event is, but he just gets through the minefields all the time. The APL Millions main event, he final tabled that as well, and that's the biggest minefield we have here. But for him to get top 30 after winning that bracelet last year, incredible stuff. So we'll keep an eye on the Aussies over the next few days at the WSOP, especially Didier, APT ambassador. They've also got a team.
Talk about the fields over there. When I got there a couple of years ago, I walked into the hall and the seniors event was on. 8,200 people playing the seniors event.
What's the qualifying?
60.
It's 60.
60. Can you imagine how slow it is? What about the toilet breaks? No one's running, mate.
I'll get back to that as Yoon pots the river here, and Luke's in the blender with not much. Ace 10. He's very inquisitive though, so we were yapping away. Fop's gone check, turn 90k, and Yoon's potted the river. This looks like the face of an unbeliever if I'm just having a quick look at how Luke's trying to break this hand down. He's going to put that one in the bin, and Yoon will get away with that.
And the blinds are up.
One of those ones where we probably knew our opponents were getting the best of us, but can't put the chips in.
50,000 with a 50,000 blind ante.
Did you play in that event, Harvey? You don't look over 60.
Not yet. I'm nearly there.
Goodness me.
I'm not even going to tell you. You're going to fall over when I tell you.
We actually
I don't
nearly...
want everyone to know, but yeah.
We nearly had a bracelet winner in the Super Seniors, an Australian poker favourite, Robert DeMillion.
Oh boy.
I even think the Super Seniors maybe got 4,000 or 5,000 runners. Rob DeMillion, I think, got a 12th or 14th in that event a few years ago. I'm not. What is Super Seniors? 70 plus? Yeah, we're not sure up here. If anyone wants to let us know, Super Seniors. Well, if Seniors is 60, Super Seniors has got to be 70. Can't be 65, can it? Amazing the amount of runners those fields get.
Luckily, they're in those huge halls, so plenty of places for park the walking frames. And they all
God, I hope I don't have a walking frame at 60.
They all roll around in those little motorised things there in Vegas. It's hilarious down on the strip there. And they don't stop. They don't stop for you if you're in the way.
See 2 bets.
It's hard to get old, mate. I'm really finding it hard to sleep with anyone.
Goodness gracious. I was going to say it's going to be a long day after that, but we're three-handed, so it can't be that long.
It's still going to be long. You're right. These guys are, as you say, it's all very deep and playing some very. We're going to eventually, obviously, see some monsters come up against each other, but. Like in any sport, it's great to watch people at the top of their game. We've got 3, obviously, very, very good PLO players here.
We could be looking to raise this one up. Have you managed to play anything, or just been working this week? Haven't got the time to play.
Came early in the week. I was going to play in that Jackson Warren event.
Ah, yeah.
Just got away from us. Had a tough week last week, so.
I did hear about that. My heartfelt condolences to you, Harvey. Obviously, you lost your mother, so just thinking of you at the time, and pretty impressive you can even get here after that to come here just as soon as that's happened. So, heartfelt condolences to you.
That's the check mark there. Yeah, look, it's always circumstances too. My beautiful mother was 95 and suffering from dementia, and it was time, but
yeah, still doesn't make it any less.
Doesn't make it any easier.
Yeah.
So,
See 4 bets, 150,000.
I will tell you a little story. I was hoping that bloke who was at the end of this was going to come in and tell the stories himself. Which is Adrian Panther, who's very involved here.
2 calls.
But, on the evening of my mum's passing. I'll just see where this goes.
2 checks.
It's got this here, full house. Wait to see what bets. I don't think you're calling anything here, would he?
Well,
Seed 4 bet.
the Jack of Clubs.
350,000.
I'm not sure how relevant that is, but I don't think it would be sending a snap fold from Yoon. Just over half. He just so often makes the correct decision. I'd be surprised, but if he's going to credit Luke for enough bluffs, he may have to put jacks in. He does. Does call and sees the bad news. That's more credit to Luke than anything really. Yoon's giving him a lot of credit there. Credit enough for bluffs to call off with jacks. So, you know, even the best can happen too. But he called pretty quickly there. Yoon does make his decisions very quickly, but yeah. Maybe the Jack of Clubs had something to do with that as well.
How to call half the time. And I was like, fuck it.
So that's right. So I've just heard him. He said call half the time and then F it. So I was trying to explain what Yoon was thinking, but he explained it for us. Calling half the time, and sometimes it's just time to put the chips in.
So I was saying that on the evening of my mum's passing, there was a game at Jackson Vaughan's house. I was going to play in that, and of course I didn't in the end. And
50,000.
the boys sent their condolences, and my message back was someone win a big pot with us 7-2, because if you win with 7-2 in our game,
The 7-2 bonus.
they get the bonus.
175.
So I got sent a video later in the night, and it was Adrian, and he went in with 7-2, and he was up against pocket aces and hit a 7 on the river. And you know who was holding the pocket aces to get knocked out? Tony Hashem.
Oh no! And you would not have heard the end of it. You absolutely wouldn't have heard the end of that.
So it was of all the players. So Mum was looking down even that early on, but it's good to be here though, amongst a very tight and friendly community, and
85,000.
some really good poker.
So much potential. I'll let you have that one.
Yeah, that's shocking to hear. But the only thing I would say, if there's any commiserations, it's a very, very, very good innings. 95.
Very good innings.
Very good
Back
innings.
to the Royal only. Or
Lost my dad last year at the same age, so hopefully the genes are good. My mates reckon I'm 1,000 to 1 to get to 95. So with your lifestyle,
Head roll overtime.
My nan, sorry, my great nan got to 105 and lived by herself until 103. And she got, because obviously all my family go from the Bulldogs, but she's from Braybrook, so she was following Footscray in the VFA, like early 1900s. And when you turn 100 in Australia, if there's anyone that doesn't know, you'd get a letter from the Queen, which was the King now, but you get a letter every time you turn 100. Every time. When you turn 100, you get a letter from the Queen. But on her 100th birthday, Rowan Smith and Brad Johnson came, and she couldn't have cared less about the letter from the Queen. It was all about Rowan Smith and Brad Johnson. And yeah, so ripe old age of 105, and living by herself and cooking and everything to 103. It's incredible.
amazing. Braybrook, just suburb next door to Footscray, where the two probably greatest Bulldogs players ever were from, Teddy Whitten and Doug Hawkins.
Seat 2 calls. Seat 4 folds.
Yoon, the 8764 with a suit. 500k in the middle here already. Clubs interacting as well. Could have some fireworks.
Heads up.
It's not the flop we were looking for, Harvey.
Not
Unfortunately.
that action flop, is it?
Seat 1 pots. Seat 2 folds. Button is good. Next up. 25, 50, 50. Get a 50,000 clients.
Play a bad hand.
50,000.
Good cards coming
I
in
don't
the
know.
Good to see you in the chat. Liam Jehu. What?
Call.
Our last few weeks it's been for you. I was just explaining
C2 option.
up in Brisbane, we're in the booth by ourselves, and Liam put in a lot of time for free. Sat in there with me for many hours, and he was handsomely repaid with $330,000 a few weeks later. So congratulations, Liam. I saw you on the FT here yesterday as well. Not as much luck on the FT yesterday as you had
C1 checks.
a few weeks ago, but can't win them all.
C2 bets. 60,000.
Hope to see you in here tonight for the main event, along with
Four folds.
a few others. I saw Jackson Warren. He bagged the main last night.
C1 calls.
18 bigs, I'd say. I think he had.
C1 checks.
And who else but Sean Ragazzini bagging the chip lead in the main event. 60 bigs, 300k. I see Heidi May, name I haven't seen for a while. She bagged as well. Dennis Huntley,
Bets.
Jerome.
110,000. 110.
A lot of local Melbourne players bagging up that fight. So come on down. Obviously $250,000 guaranteed. That'll get smashed for sure. Yeah, Chris Kokonos bagging 46 big blinds there as well. So a lot of very good local Melbourne players getting through there. And Anthony Russo, I see, bagged 10 bigs. Obviously his third in the APL Millions main event last year for 300k. And he's done a lot since then too, Russo, proving that was no fluke. But good to see Heidi May. I haven't seen her around for quite some time. Jackson Warren, 16 big blinds. So see if Jackson can turn those 16 big blinds into something in the main event.
C4 calls. 175,000. Heads up. C4 checks. C1 checks. 200,000. 300. C1 folds. $50,000. C2 folds.
Still pretty deep here. Alan under 30 bigs is our shortest stack.
C4 pots. 150.
Luke pots the ace king 5-4 Badoogie.
C1 calls. Heads up. Check a bit.
The fives for Alan holding up here for now.
C4 bets. 200,000. 200. C1 folds.
All your mates popping in there on the
Strong
chat.
hand
Yeah, good to see
Nice,
them.
isn't it?
I gave a, whilst you were gone, gave a shout out to Lamb. Gasper up in Queensland. Good to see him tuning in.
Good enough in that
As I
move,
said to you before, got a few messages. Got one from Didier as well. They're tuning in from Vegas. You'd think you'd have better things to be going on in Vegas, but Didier, obviously an APT ambassador, keen to watch the stream and these three play.
on the card.
I saw Krilly in the chat before as well, but they're likely playing and they've just got the stream up on the table as they're playing.
Perfect.
Oh, you're climbing the ladder again.
Obviously playing here.
C4 folds.
Putting it out there, I'm on the
Did a
bottom.
lot of commentary in Brisbane, Liam. Like, try and get him up for a little bit in the next couple of days. It's very good.
Yeah, well, he hasn't bagged the main yet, so hopefully he can bag the main tonight and we can get him in over the weekend.
Heads up.
But monotone flop here.
Check.
C2 check.
Yeah, interested to see how the main event goes today and tomorrow. It's obviously a long weekend.
C1 checks.
Day 2 being on Monday, and there is a scheduled day 3 on the Tuesday.
C2 bets.
Just those 40-minute levels on day 2. Be interesting to see if we need that Tuesday, but we'll know.
A bit of line betting on a lot of things here, and the line on the main event is that it will go into Tuesday.
Pots. C1 pots. 175,000. C2 folds.
Sorry, Harvey, as you were saying.
C4 pots. 550,000.
Yeah, it's just saying
C1 calls.
we're having a lot of line betting here. Most of it's been about how many people in the field. Even at the overs, you're miles ahead on the line betting, but I'm just saying the line betting on the main event at the moment is that it will go into Tuesday. It's
See the flop, boys.
the feel, but we'll know that in the next couple of days.
4-4 again. Baby.
Yeah, it usually finishes on the obviously the last night, and it usually finishes early on that
Alright,
night.
gentlemen, we have all in and a call.
But this is an all-in call as we interject here, Luke,
C4.
with the pocket jacks.
Put in a lot of chips and seat 1 call.
Alan
for
with
the all in
top
and
pair and a
We have-
flush draw.
Top pair.
Majority of the time, Alan is going to be sticking around, but let's see what happens.
And the back door straight
And
flush
king 3.
Ace
and
forward
eight
jack,
double.
you can see that all those cards still live, none folded
Right,
from
gentlemen.
Yoon.
So either on out.
They are.
Trip kings.
Oh, there's still a chance actually, isn't
Still a
there?
chance, Luke.
Last 4 cards though, and that's not one of them. So
Kings.
Alan does stick around.
Look how even these stacks are now. We're going to be here for a while.
It's almost like they might as well just sat
Tomate,
down now.
corazon.
Yeah.
Took the
Alright,
chips.
we have
There you go, getting a
585,000.
really good look at that view
There's
out the back now. Just as the
585,000.
sun has sort of come around the other side,
That's
so
yours.
it's not all washed out.
Trip king.
That's sort of what we're looking at. It's not, probably not the best view in the joint. You've got a
Like
big
you think
crane out behind that. But we're up on the 41st floor here at the Oakwood Premier. It's a fantastic little VIP room. Its own bar. And as I was saying earlier, if you're coming down to play in the Fev Fever, Brendan Favola's event, you'll get a chance to come up one floor below this on the 40th floor and have drinkies all night because the bar will be open as part of your $500 buy-in plus $100 booking fee. So if you're in the area, get down from 5 o'clock and then the event starts at 6.
And it's a 40k guarantee as well.
40K
So
guarantee,
no matter
smash
what
that.
happens, it
Smash
will
that.
smash that. But no matter what happens, it will be guaranteed.
25, 50, 50. See through folds.
Chance to rub
C4
shoulders with the
calls.
great Fivolenko.
Sorry, seat 1
I
check.
think the plan is, don't hold me this, the broadcast changes all the time, we'll just deal with this flop. Flop for Luke.
Seat
You can
4
even
checks.
Go
Seat 1 checks.
once orbit, big O in the mix.
Miles ahead.
Thanks everyone.
Seat 4 checks.
See if Alan's going to have a ping.
Seat 1
He
bets
is.
75,000.
Can't see
75.
Luke going anywhere here. And
Seat 4 calls. See the river.
the card is heart. So both made a flush.
Check that.
Alan's it's only 5 high. What happens here, Jinxie? He's
Well,
got that little flush.
That's 300,000.
three-handed, it's going to be really difficult to bin this one for sure. But I've seen Alan make some really good folds. He already knows. It's like he just raised his eyebrows knowing that he intuitively feels like he's behind, but relative hand strength
Flush.
means we
Yeah.
probably can't fold. He does agree. He gets the bad news. A couple of times, Alan's been in spots where like he's nearly known for just a fact that he doesn't have the best hand, but he's way too high. He's way too high up in his range to just bin them, and both times his opponents have the best hand. So just unlucky there for that heart to come in on the river for Alan, but I don't blame him. We couldn't have folded that one myself. It's just intuitively when you know you're sitting there thinking, oh my god, this guy's potted on the river. Like, it's just, he just knows. But sometimes it doesn't matter. The math catches up in the end, and you've just got to call.
Seat 4 folds. Seat 1 calls. 50,000. Seat 2 option.
Double suited kings here for Yoon. Should be getting raised up.
Seat 2 raises 150,000. 150. Seat 1 calls.
Quick, I love this. Not even a second thought there from Alan.
It's up to the
Chucks in
flop.
the rest of chips to call.
Seat 1 checks.
Hexhigh monotone board, interesting here. It's one of the worst boards you'd be looking at with double suited kings, diamonds and clubs. Have to continue though.
Seat 2 bets 85,000.
interested to see, you know, these monotone flops where we to continue for a small size quite often in Hold'em, and the 3 times that this has happened.
85. Thank you.
Yoon's chosen the small size as well, and Alan, thought he was check raising there, but he's gone with call.
Check.
But that's 7 of spades working. Middle pair.
C1 checks. C2 checks.
I wonder if that 7 of spades is enough of a blocker for Alan to realise basically never has the best hand. Is the card relative enough to try and take this one away from Yoon? Think it'd work too, but saw Alan go after this spot about an hour ago, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him do that again. He does, but comes with half pop.
See the expression on Yoon's face then when that came out. Never a good sign when they lift the cards up off the table. I tell you, never ever.
Alan looking down, no, he's completely
I
dead.
don't care how bad your eyesight is. If you lift the cards up off the table, yeah, that's it.
Shows the bluff as well. Oh no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He put the cards out in front of you, and I thought.
He showed him. I think he might have shown him
The-
the king on. Or he showed him something.
No, I thought Alan showed the bluff.
Oh no, Alan. Sorry,
Yeah.
Alan. No, Alan hasn't shown any cards from what I've seen.
Oh, like it was a blind man. It was like queen.
So
10,
just getting word,
six.
Gypsy, we've got a break coming up
Yep.
really soon. The guys decided to forfeit their first break.
Oh yeah,
and
oh, maybe not.
They've been playing all the
Oh,
way
they're
through
not
here,
done.
so they're going to take a 15-minute
Grab both
break
ways.
pretty shortly. So if you're
Nah.
thinking of running off, just know that hang on for a hand or two and going on a short break.
I only hear Josh's commentary when I fucked upset. When you like don't fight, he's probably like, yeah, Yoon's gonna snap it in, Yoon's gonna whack it in. What's Yoon doing? Yoon must be taking his time.
Chose the right player to make a move against me. What can I say?
Card reader working?
Can't read it.
C1 raises 175,000. Once at a tribe. C2 folds and C4 calls. Thank you, thank you.
I'll be upset.
7 4 3 all diamonds. Gives like flush and
Check the rest.
Yeah, yeah.
C4 checks.
Moyles in front.
C1 checks. It's up to the turn.
That'll lock it up for Luke. Yeah, Liam, I actually played the Players Champs on Saturday. Peter was gone for the weekend, so I snuck down and played an event, and then I enjoyed the 550 so much I played it 3 times. And
C1 calls.
other than that,
Well, you got away cheap because Joe Asham told me he enjoyed this event, this 2250 buy-in PLO, so much he entered it 3 times as well.
that one's a bit more expensive. Joe doesn't have a lot of luck in Australian tournaments, does he? Doesn't
We've
seem
never
to
seen
get
the
it done
best.
here.
Never seen the best of him.
Yeah, doesn't seem to get it done in the homeland.
Does this change things for Alan that he's now got 4 diamonds out there?
Well, no, obviously, again, it's two hands, it's 2 cards from your hand,
But that's
3
what
on
I'm
the
saying
flop.
for Alan's decision making though. He
Oh,
was-
so the eight of diamonds being a block, I'm not sure how relative he's going to think this one is, but he's got 2 pair with the ace and
that's
5 now. Obviously, a stone cold bluff catcher here. And a diamonds does eliminate quite a few flushes from Luke's range, but we've seen Alan make the right decision more often than not.
I'm feeling call here.
Okay.
I actually am. Just his body language has been a bit different to the last couple of times he's folded. Hang on, now it's getting back there.
Luke hasn't
pained look.
Luke hasn't shown up with too many bluffs. Probably more of a function of his card distribution. I know both Alan and Yoon think quite a lot of Luke's games, so I saw Yoon call Luke off quite light before, giving Luke enough credit for bluffs here, but he's just had it every time. Alan really trying to work out the combos of flushes that Luke can have, but he correctly decides to let that one go.
I'll be happy to watch that back on the stream.
Certainly will. I was just having a look at the schedule over the weekend. Harvey, the Sunday night sports poker, can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because I don't know.
Be a lot of fun. We're streaming that.
Yeah, okay.
That's a team's event.
50,000.
It's just going to depend a lot on how many teams register and how that's going to look.
Fold. C2 folds. C4 calls.
Well, there's nothing else on the day other than the fourth flight of the main. So, you know, with the long weekend,
Chance to
20k guarantee.
20k, and it's a chance to play this
So
sports
40
poker,
teams, yeah.
concept, which is a really timed event. This is a Tony Hashem initiative and trying to. It's almost the 2020 of poker, you know. It's trying to put it into a time frame and teaming guys up. Very, very fun way to play.
So what are the details? Do you enter in teams of two, or what's do you?
Yeah, it's all. I don't want to give the wrong info. It's all explained there on the website, but it is. Yeah, it's a team event. I don't think you just get. It's not like Joe's event where you just get teamed up with a stranger. You can't. I think you come and join as a team of two, and obviously still hold them, but just, you know, the way that it's timed and
What team?
just gonna have a certain amount of
Oh,
highest chips at certain stages, and yeah, it's
Yeah.
it'll be fun. What's the line for that?
Yeah.
50-50.
So it's 420 plus the ticketing fee of 80. So it's a $500 total buy-in and it's 20k guarantee. So I was just thinking if it was teams, 40 teams of two or whatever, but we don't want to give the wrong info.
Something like that. Yeah, it's something like that. It's all explained there on the website, but
C4 folds.
I don't think it's that different in principle. It's just, as I say, just speeding the thing up and doing it into a certain time, so you know exactly where it's going to finish. Actually,
So 95,700 in the main event prize pool already. We know it was going to eclipse that 250k, but with Friday, Saturday, Sunday flights on over the long weekend, what are we thinking there? 400?
and there's satellites,
Yeah.
so you know we've had huge numbers for the satellites as well. So
Jeez, we could be looking at 80k up top potentially.
I reckon.
We're just guessing up here. Don't
Yeah,
take
I
that
haven't
as
been- I haven't
verbatim,
been- I
but
haven't been surprised about anything this week. It's as I say, first time in Melbourne, and you really taking a bit of a punt. You've no idea how it's going to go, and the response has been fantastic. A lot of people came for a look early on and thought, you know, I might play one event. Now they're here every day.
yeah.
C2 check.
As the 10s will hold there on that king high board for Alan, and
10s.
evens out the stacks a little more. What a job Daniel is doing as dealer here. No stranger to dealing a game of PLO.
Yeah, I've heard a few chip lead at the end of the tournament. It's pretty good.
Updating the guys on their chips as well.
Not easy.
Very even.
It's pretty difficult to do that though.
I think this might be the last hand before we have a break, Jinxie.
Okay.
Just one more after this, and take a 15-minute break. I'll head downstairs and see what the Red Joe is going like for
50,000.
the Fair Fever event, and drinks from 5 o'clock down there, coming up very soon.
C1 raises to 150,000.
So there's free drinks until the tab runs out with that wristband. Is that what they're
That's
telling
what
me?
it is, and I
Goodness
think the
gracious
tab's
me.
pretty good, so I
Okay.
can't see it running out anytime soon.
Yep.
Heads up.
Get down if you're in the area. Can
C4
reach
checks.
till 10:30 on that event, so I'd say that it's definitely going to go into tomorrow. And just depending on what happens here, I reckon we'll probably
C1
broadcast a bit of that tonight. We'll get Fev up here on the feature table. I'm just talking here. I'll have to organise it all, but get Fev up here on the feature table and put that on probably after dinner.
C4 call.
This is going, Jinxie, this might still be on by dinner time. So
No, especially with the calibre of player we've got, these stacks. I couldn't disagree.
C1 checks.
In 3 going to be good there for Luke.
skinny, isn't it?
Very.
Winning hand.
C4 checks.
Just about the worst hand we get to the river with if we're Allen, so it'd be interesting to see if
Watch him
we
bet.
just. Well, after he checks the turn, it'd be interesting to see if he just does decide to bluff the repeat.
You're
He's
gonna
definitely
figure-
got more 4s in the range than Luke after that turn gets checked. He does decide to bet.
Any bluff's going to get through here because I believe he's ahead with 4s and 3s. The greatest call of all time.
He's certainly inquisitive about it. He doesn't like it. Certainly sizing Allen up here.
Wow.
Just got to think about
He's just got a great.
what hand
Yeah,
checks the
yeah.
turn that
Yeah.
decides to use this size on the river. You know, it's just got to decipher how much random 4x we've got for Allen. That's all going through Luke's head now. Doesn't like it.
He doesn't like it because now he obviously feels a screaming bluff, and he's.
Good thing about this hand is we do beat bluffs, and sometimes in PLO, if we bluff catch, sometimes we don't. There's a lot of actual other cards we don't beat.
Yeah.
This hand specifically, we do beat all the bluffs. 6s, 7s, 8s, they wouldn't be turning the hand into a bluff. They'd just be looking to get to showdown. So
Been ambitious.
we block 5s, probably wouldn't turn it into a bluff either. Could maybe with 5s, but you know that's why Luke's thinking so long about this one. But it does go into the mark, and I reckon that takes us. Does it take us into the break? No, one more hand.
Still not play another hand.
Yeah, really interesting spot, that one. For us PLO Omaha noobs up here in the booth.
Yeah.
I think they've already figured it out that that was a bluff from the table talk there.
Any pair? I can get one of the pairs.
Inclusive or not inclusive? One found on the board. One found the river.
You might have the
50,000
same
to
hand.
call. Right, what did you kind of...
You guys know the drill.
And
Finish up
here,
the hand you're on.
suited ace
C2 call.
here as well.
Wasted 2 minutes of everyone's time with that one.
Luke also with a suited ace.
No worries, mate. C4 call
Alan
and
with the
C1
queens.
check. We
So
are
they're
three
all in
ways
here.
to go. We are.
And the ace
you said
comes
you
out.
C4 check, C1 check.
That's the stone colds there for Luke.
C2 bets 50,000.
How good is that?
C4 calls.
Just
C1
about the
calls.
most.
Alan's
attractive
going to come along
full
with the
house.
queens there.
Mm.
C4
Having
check,
no
C1
idea.
check.
It's completely dead.
C check. C2 check.
To start betting here for Luke. Not sure we can allow our opponents are going to have too many bluffs in a multi-way spot such as this. We're just going to have to bet small for value.
C4 bets 200,000. C1 folds.
Just over
Spot on
half.
there, Jinxie. 200k.
C2
better of it.
fold.
Pretty sure that takes us to the
Winner.
break. It does. So we will be back in 15 minutes here. Go and start getting dinner ready or
Yep.
whatever you're doing. Pick up the kids. We'll see you back here shortly at the Oakwood Premier as this final three continue in this PLO.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week we have the Australian Poker Tour's Melbourne Champs main event flights. This event is a $200 ticketing fee plus a $1,450 tournament entry fee and features a whopping $250,000 guarantee. This event features 30-minute levels, a 40,000 starting stack and unlimited re-entries. Flight 1 saw 66 entries contributing over 95,000 to the prize pool. Flight 2 is tomorrow, Friday at 4 p.m. Flight 3 Saturday at 2 p.m. and Flight 4 is on Sunday, also at 2 p.m. Early indicators are pointing this to be an absolutely massive one, so check our schedule online, get yourself down to the Oakwood Premier and see if you can get your name in the APT history books. Ladies and gentlemen, this week we have the Australian Poker Tour's Melbourne Champs main event flights. This event is a $200 ticketing fee plus a $1,450 tournament entry fee and features a whopping $250,000 guarantee. This event features 30-minute levels, a 40,000 starting stack and unlimited re-entries. Flight 1 saw 66 entries contributing over 95,000 to the prize pool. Flight 2 is tomorrow, Friday at 4 PM. Flight 3 Saturday at 2 PM. And Flight 4 is on Sunday, also at 2 PM. Early indicators are pointing this to be an absolutely massive one, so check our schedule online, get yourself down to the Oakwood Premier and see if you can get your name in the APT history books.
Have them in the com box because she can hear you guys talk.
Said waiting for someone to buzz me down here.
Just have some
Is he?
stand around
Said
here.
waiting for someone to buzz
Get
me.
him in.
He's
Get
downstairs,
Frenchie in, man.
Is he?
Yeah.
Get him in here.
I can't leave.
Job done. Alright, good luck, gentlemen. 30,000, 60,000. 10 seconds on the clock. I'm running out of things to say. Alright. Bang, bang. Something, something. Shuffle up and deal, yeah.
Yeah.
30,000, 60,000, so 60,000 big blind ante. Alright, seat 4 calls, seat 1 calls, 60,000, option. Seat 2 checks. Three players, check or bet. Check, seat 1 check. Seat 2 checks, seat 4 checks. Three players. Pots, 240,000. 240. Seat 1 potted, 240,000. Seat 2 fold, seat 4 fold. Everyone fold. There we go. Bottom's good. Wheel. 60,000. Calls. Seat 1. Seat 1 calls 60,000. Call. Seat 2 called and a seat 4 checked. 3 players to the flop. Check or bet. Seat 2 checks. Seat 4 checks. Seat 1 checks. Seat 2 bets, 80,000. C4 fold, C4 fold. You got the message from Scott, yeah?
Yeah. Alright guys, good luck. I'm leaving you with Sammy. So he's going to be your TD up here if you need anything.
Thanks, Dad. Cheers. We've got stream evidence. Scott, you see that? Your beanie? Yeah, very good.
60, 60. C2 fold. C4 call. C1 check. Heads up. C4 checks. C1 bets 90,000. C4 folds. Oh!
Oh yes.
I might have put a bit of extra
The foundations. We must rebuild. A hurricane. Hurricane Yun has come through. Luckily hurricanes.
Might have a chance now.
Hurricanes die quite
We have
fast.
to get him while it's hot.
You don't have long to lose your hurricane power.
60, 60.
Foundations.
White chips are 100k. Purple is 5k. So it's 30, 60, 60. C4 folds, C1 calls, C2 checks. Heads up. C1 checks. C2 checked and C1 checks. C2 bets 60,000. C1 calls 40,000 change. Change given. It's up to the river. Check. Set. Set announced. Straight.
Shit, not flush to a gun, I'm not saying.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I did.
Bottom's good.
I knew I was gonna make the FT today.
You knew after yesterday or?
I knew.
Well, even Daniel did the haircut.
Yeah.
He knew he was gonna make it today.
Yeah. I knew I was making it to the final table.
Pretty over it.
After they told me. Come on, Jackson.
Yeah. No, was it Chatham and City and then he came to
Obviously. Okay, one way or another, I made a final table. 60,000. C1 raises 175,175. C2 folds. C4 calls. Heads up. Check or bet. C4 bets 225,225. C1 calls. Heads up. Check or bet. C4 checks. C1 checks. Heads up to the river.
Welcome back here to coverage of the pot limit Omaha High Roller. Melbourne's best at it here.
Check. Jack 3 announced. 2 pairs.
I reckon
2 pairs. Jack 3.
Luke could lay claim to the best pot limit Omaha player from Geelong. Actually, no. Cal Burns is from Geelong. So, I'm not sure if Cal plays a lot of Omaha. I assume he does. But good poker stock down in Geelong. Big surfer is Luke. Not sure what he enjoys more, Luke Edwards. Surfing on the board or punting on the surfing. Maybe have a chat to him about that at the end of this event. If he's won the 34,500. Of course, that is what is up top here in the pot limit Omaha High Roller.
C2 folds.
And Luke is the one with the chip lead.
Call.
Yeah, pretty deep here. 60k big blind. We've got that big blind ante.
C1 raises 180,000.
As the boss has just walked into the booth. Tony Hashem. Tony, how you going?
C4 call.
Good. How you going? Hello.
C4 checks. Heads up.
Hear a bit of commotion in the background. Tony's brought the family in as
C1 bets 200k. C4 folds.
Alan with top 2 is going to take this one down.
Oh, he's like the expensive tower over. Reinforce the bad ones.
Yeah, I've seen in the background there is still a bit of glare, but the sun's coming down, and if you haven't had a look at this stream at night, it's something to behold. I can't remember exactly what they were calling it. The James Bond
50,000.
high stakes poker room. Certainly does look like that. Probably about an hour and a half away until the sun's down completely. And it's a very different look. I reckon we'll still be here commentating on these 3 great PLO players. We're only going to do our best here. I'm not that adept even in Holden, but definitely not in Omaha. So we're going to guess our way through this coverage. Myself and Harvey Silver will join us in the booth pretty soon. Of course, our second flight of the main event is tonight. 250k guarantee, but there's already 100k in the prize pool after last night's flight. Sean Ragazzini bagging the chip lead there. It's Kokonakis. Goodness gracious me, he's not the tennis player. Actually did play high level tennis himself, did Chris, but not as high as Kokonakis. But Chris Kokonos is second in chips there as well. And I saw Jackson Warren bagging the APT main event. 18 big blinds. So he'll be here on Monday for day 2. 3 more flights to go today, Saturday and Sunday.
C4 checks.
As
What do we got? The out position player. Oh yes. H5. Full house. No.
Ambitious thinking. I can be a straight draws. Straight draws.
Martin good. Full house. Slightly better handle.
Now, don't forget, if you have... Harvey went through all those details with you before about registering for the $500 Brendan Favola event tonight. You will get a VIP wristband, and that means free drinks from 5 until 6. However, the boss, Josh, he just wants to let you know, if you want to come up and take full advantage of those free drinks, you need to come up to level 40, but you need to find the maitre d' in the lobby to come up, so you can't actually get up to level 40 via the lift. So you need you need to be able to find the maitre d' in the lobby to able to come up, but you got to have that wristband on you as well. So register, find the maitre d', and then come up to level 40.
120
And it's I've just been informed it's originally it was till the tab run out, but now it's drinks all night. Yeah, so it's all night, drinks all night. Are we guaranteeing? Because we did here until the tab run out, but now we're guaranteeing drinks all night. So, okay, no, sorry, from 5. My bad. Yeah, but if you do have that VIP entry wristband, find the maitre d' in the lobby, get yourself up to level 40, and take full advantage of the free drinks offered by APT. And it's a beautiful restaurant and bar up here as well. So,
30, 40.
Average is 40.
20.
Guys, feel it, it's not holding it. Yeah, different stuff.
Been here a long time.
Seed 2 calls, seed 4 folds. Pot.
See?
1 pots, 210,000, 210. C2 folds.
Yours. Button's good.
Button's good, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so 30, 60, 60 boys. I felt like Alan was getting stooged there a bit. It's a slight scam. Yeah. Alright. 30, 60, 60. C4 raises to 180. Yeah. C1 fold, C2 fold. Everyone fold. Blue takes it. 30, 60, 60.
don't forget, it is a 40k guarantee tonight on the Brendan Favola Fev's Fever 500. Sorry, to 600, so $500 into the pool and a $100 ticketing fee. So that is a $600 entry event. Late reg closing at 10:25, and it is a 50k guarantee. 50k guarantee, not 40k. So if you don't want to play the main event, or you've already bagged it, there's a $600 event right here for you, hosted by Brendan Favola, and I dare say we'll be getting whatever table Favola is up on the stream at some point tonight, I'd hope. As, like, probably not aware he's got 18 outs on this board, but he does. Pretty double suited 6s and 4s for Yoon. As Luke takes the lead. Bottom 2 pair.
C2 bets 120,000.
Glad to see you in the chat, Craig Abernathy.
4 calls.
We were just talking about you before. I'm not sure if you were listening, but fans of the APT would obviously know Luke, being an APT main event winner, but they might know Yoon even more from that viral reel you created when Yoon decided to bluff the ace-8 versus Linsky's 3 jacks.
C2 checks.
Where I lost my mind a little bit. It was such a good hand as bottom 2 there is going to hold
got
That hand should win though.
also two pairs.
Funny story about that
of,
$70 million
hand.
Oz
So
Lotto,
two pairs on the
Craig.
board.
I bought a ticket in for that across
gonna win
one
it.
of the newsagents across the road, and I found out that it was a ticket holder,
What am I even drawing?
but had bought their ticket and wasn't an account holder. But quickly realised they were from Tasmania, not Victoria. But no, 70 million for us. We'll have more details for you later on after we finish the coverage of the PLO High Roller about what we'll bring you tonight. But I'll be back with you on Monday for day 2 of the main event, and it remains to be seen whether we will get into a day 3 on Tuesday. 100k in that prize pool already, so interesting to see what happens there. As Yoon with the ace-6 suited. Sixes. Hey, look,
Seat 4 pots.
not enough hand here to pot out of the small.
4-0.
Ace King 10-5 with a suit. And Allen here with Queen 10-10 9 double suited.
40,000. 240.
Yoon's got a nut suit here as well, so this is interesting. Interaction here with these hands. Yoon will come along.
Balls. 240,000. And alright. So what's going on? See a flop. Replay. See a flop. Check the bet. Checks.
King 8-4 2 spades. Not one player holding a spade, and
Seat 4 checked. Seat 1 checked. Seat 2.
some backdoor diamonds working for both Alan and Luke.
Seat 2 checks. Seat 4.
It's got a stranglehold on this hand.
3 plays.
Multi-way though. Still only got one pair.
Seat 4 bets. 400,000. 400. Seat 1 folds.
King 10-10 9 double.
The foundations.
There's one.
Oh, yeah.
What a hand I didn't have.
I had the best hand, I guess, but. I'll take it. Get it in. Let's go.
30, 60, 60.
I finished off Renate Jack 9 to you.
Just knock us both out in the same hand.
This one's pretty good.
What, the ace jack 9 7 3 spades wasn't pretty good?
No. You know.
Yeah, imagine how tilted he is now. He's at the airport. Wi-Fi's not working.
Seat 4
He said
call.
to me, asking me, how you going? My internet doesn't work here. I can't watch the stream.
Seat 2 checks.
I was like, oh, you poor man.
3 plays. Seat 1 checks.
Check.
Seat 2 checks.
Going multi-way here again on the King Deuce. No player holding that card either.
Seat 1 checks.
Alan good here with the Queen high. No, sorry, Yoon's got a pair of 2s. Now Alan's good.
Seat 1 checks.
Queen on the river. Yeah, this might be getting to showdown.
Seat 2 bets.
260,000, 160. C1 folds.
Yoon going to get that one through. The stack's really evening out again between Yoon and Allen. Look, still holding that chip lead as we bring you the PLO high roller.
30, 60, 60.
I'm going to one extra.
Oh,
I don't know.
oh, sorry.
Still there is.
Yeah.
See what's on what we
He's still in there. Yeah, he's still. Sorry. Cards stuck together.
two of those
Sorry.
guys used to come over.
Very good. I thought I lost.
You might be able to see in our comment section, I was talking about that viral reel that Australian Poker Schedules Craig Abernathy made, Yoon's Bluff. If you want to hear me yelling and screaming, you can click on that link in the comment section on YouTube, Twitch and Facebook. That's just gone out now. It's a YouTube short. I kept saying Facebook reel, sorry, but it is a YouTube short that we've posted there, and you'll be able to click on that and see Yoon's pretty incredible bluff there versus Linsky. Cale Burns involved in that hand as well. It's under the gun versus small blind and a big blind. So if you have seen Yoon's face before, it's probably from that.
C1 calls, 240s, 10,000 change.
It's King Queen 2 double suited for Yoon here.
Heads up.
And that's just about that.
C2 bets, 120,000. 120. C1 calls.
Yoon continues for a fifth off the pot. Hard for Allen to fold, and Yoon now with quads. Of course, Allen six is full.
Heads up. Check it out.
What size Yoon comes with here? It's not a spot you're in often.
C2 bets.
Feels like small, 275. Alan just deciding whether
C1 fold.
Yoon's continuing here with like a king, queen, jack 10 type of hand, but he is holding a queen and a 10 in his hand already, so puts that one into the muck. You can see that link in our chat now for Yoon's big bluff there in the TLPT event. And who could forget Jennifer Castle checking back
60.
straight? I think versus Liam G, who's
60,000.
full house potentially, or better straight. I'm trying to think about that hand at the top of my head. That's another reel that Craig Abernathy made. That was certainly something.
C2 raises. 210,000.
Hard to complain though. Liam probably hasn't lost a hand since that series. Really capitalised on a great run. Good to see you back in the chat. as Craig's posted the YouTube short in our Facebook chat. If you want to relive that one, Liam. That incredible check back from Jan Castles. Yoon's got the 3 kings here, backdoor spades. Alan with queens.
Checks. Heads up. C1 checks. C2 bets, 125,000, 125.
Yoon coming with the small size here.
C1 calls. River. Check of it.
I'm not going to have the best hand here a lot after calling the turn, so let's see if he decides to bluff. He does. Comes with big size. It's around 400k, just over.
450,000. 450. What's in the middle? In the middle is 760,000. The bet is 450.
He looks inquisitive, Yoon, but it'd probably be one of the best calls in history of PLO if he puts it in. Wow, he doesn't go into the mark yet. He's giving this a good hard think. Let's try and tune into the table mic to see if we can hear what Yoon's saying.
Silly boy.
This would be some call.
Call.
He's done it! What a call with the dry kings.
King.
The kings. All of the kings.
Alan's giving Alan giving the look. He's perplexed as the eyebrow raise. He's at the double eyebrow raise now. What a call from Yoon. We're just seeing such high level poker from Yoon for so long now. But that is on another level. I reckon that's on the level of the ace-8 suited hand versus Linsky. That is up there in terms of PLO. The dry kings calling that off. Alan actually can't believe it.
Kings.
Let's see if the player's got anything to say after that. Look at Alan, he's in shock. He's in as much shock as what we are. There's not many players on planet Earth that would call off that river bet, but he ran into one of them, and it just so happens to be on his left, Yoon Kang.
Shooting 2 pair or something. He's like, yep, still good.
60,000. C4 folds. C1 calls. C2 checks.
Alan's facial expressions have been top-notch TV in the last minute and a half. He still can't believe it. Neither can I. Amazing stuff from Yoon.
C2 bets. 60,000. C1 folds. That one's good.
It's a crazy hand. Alan's still wondering how that a bit of a roll smile there from Alan. They've moved on now.
I tell you.
60,000. Pods. C1 pods. 210,000.
Hot.
seat 1
Oh
potted
boy.
to 210,000, seat 2 folded, repot to 660,000. So seat 4 is made at 660,000. And you call? Alright. So 660,000 from seat 4, 660, and seat 1 calls. Heads up to the flop. Right, gentlemen. Ace, queen, 8-3 to seat 4. And ace, 10, jack.
Not ideal at all. You got the 3.
This is about as bad shape as you could be in it on this board with your hand if you're Luke.
With 190.
Looking for backdoor hearts or a queen. Backdoor wheel as well. Actually, no, he doesn't. What am I talking about? Backdoor hearts or a queen only for Luke. So drawing pretty thin. There is that backdoor heart on the turn.
That is a lot.
Heart or a queen. But it's not there, and Alan's going to double back up to 1.8 million.
190,000.
As we're back to really evenly distributed stacks here in the PLO High Roller. Of course, 34,500 up top.
I don't hear him yapping as I'm playing, yeah?
As they're still talking about that pretty ridiculous call there from Yoon.
Respect the game, boys. Respect the game. A little bit. Oh.
Just repeating, if you are just tuning into the stream and you're coming into play tonight,
30,000.
the bar is open. The Hashims have turned the tab on. Get up to level 40 for the rest of the night. You'll be able to drink for free if you are entered into the Brendan Favola event hosted by Fev. Just saw him walk past here before, and I mentioned to Harvey, he's still kicking goals. 44 years of age. I saw him kick a bag of 4 or 5 last week in the middle of nowhere in Country Footy League Victoria. Pretty incredible to see Fev still doing his stuff, but he's here hosting
210,000.
that event tonight. $600 buy-in, 50k guarantee, and once you get your entry, make sure you get that red VIP bracelet, wristband, and that wristband will get you into level 40 where you can drink till your heart's, well, drink responsibly of course, but the bar is open. Come up to level 40 and grab your free drinks. Let me know if you're here. I'll jump down. I'm in level 41. One of the best views you could ever get commentating. You can see in the background that sun's about to drop. The view's going to be incredible. As got some pretty premium hands here, but probably not the flop for it.
See 2 bets, 180,000, 180.
Luke not going anywhere just yet. Oh, I was wrong. He puts that one down. As you can see, Tony Hashim, the boss, in the background giving the tour of the private suite there in the background. Gonna get those wrong plenty of times, especially with Omaha, as Harvey is going to join me back in the booth. Is he? Comes back in, I'll get out of the way.
$30, 60, 60.
welcome back.
Thank you. Fortunately, my dinner break is fractionally longer than that of the players. There's no way I was going to be able to scoff all that in 15 minutes, but we back. You can see we still have 3 players. And 2 to the flop.
Heads up. Check or bet.
It's fair. It's for you.
Check. C3 check.
How was the dinner break? I saw that shop. Pretty handy little supermarket down there.
C4
Giving
check.
away all our secrets. Buying
Turn.
pre-packed meals and warming them up in the microwave. You'd think that it would be Glamour City here. It actually is in the hotel, but no time for that.
As action.
Run.
Luke turns the gutter ball.
Ah. How it all changes with one card, hey?
C4 bets. 310,000. 310. C2
Yoon
calls.
hooks him up. He's going to need some help here, Yoon. Doesn't get it.
C2 checks.
Look at Yoon, just never takes his eye off his opponent. As we even spotted before, even when he's in the hand. Even when he's not in the hand, it's really inquisitive. Always trying to observe what's going on around him. As you can see, Harvey, the sun's dropping in the background, about to get that beautiful view we were talking about before.
It's pretty specky up here.
700.
Bets 700,000. 700.
So it's another 7
Pieces.
from Luke.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
We saw Yoon make one of the best calls you'll see in PLO that left Alan just completely bemused. He's in another tough spot here again. You know, it sucks about this hand. We don't have too many cards interact around, you know, the ace and the jack. That complete a straight makes it a little easier to lay this one down. King, 8-4. We saw Yoon make that incredible call with the 3 kings in his hand only a moment ago. Just hoping that Luke's got a hand like Jack's that checked through the flop, but have decided to turn his hand into a bluff. That's basically all he's really deciphering here. Doesn't hold a jack in his hand. But we did see Luke get Yoon off top set when he was holding the jacks a few hours ago. Yoon just running through that decision now again. It's the only hand that he can really try and think what Luke would be turning into a bluff, but we haven't. Luke's come up with the goods time and time again in the last hour of play. After that incredible call Yoon made before, let's see if he wants to give any back. Tough spot. I reckon he's going to put this one down. He does. God, he's playing unbelievable pot limit Omaha, Yoon Kang.
So good, aren't they? The reads and thinking through.
When you were out of the booth, Harvey, he made one of the best calls you'll see. Real worthy, as would say Craig Abernathy. Real worthy. against Alan, who just shook his head for the next 3 hands, and then again making the correct decision. High level pot limit Omaha from Yoon Kang, Melbourneian, local.
I did see Craig joining us in on the chat. How are you, mate? I was mentioning you earlier. I don't know if you're watching last night, but or late yesterday, the Hashem Deep Stack final table. Can you do a reel of that, please? That was ridiculous. Never seen players climb out of the coffin so often on 1 outers, 2 outers, and the guys that finished second and won it both had the most ridiculous rivers to stay in the tournament earlier. Anyway, have a look if you haven't seen it, Craig, and that'll be a real watch by millions around the world, and hope you're well.
See, 2 raises, 240,000 maximum. 240. Put in 2 whites, you had 40 out, so 240.
See, Daniel Curtis, our dealer here.
All good. See, 2 raises, 240,000.
One of Australia's best pot limit Omaha dealers. That's just been anointed by myself, but I've played in a lot of games dealt by Daniel, and he's very, very good, as you've been able to see on this stream.
Heads up. Heads up. Check it out.
Did mention before, but I could throw a stone to Daniel's front door from mine and my partner's house. Live very close to each other.
See, 2 checks.
As Luke here, we have some interaction. Nut flush draw versus second nut flush draw. He's got that gutter ball as well. He's in front with the 8s, so could be a little bit of action here.
250,000. Calls.
Just comes with call. 1.1 million in the middle already. Luke Edwards doesn't want to see a diamond on the turn. SBR is 2 now. Those 2 8s could be key here for Luke as well. Some really nice blocker properties as Inray's pre and Luke called, so interesting to see how he does proceed on the turn here. He's going to barrel again. That looks like just under half.
Sorry, see, 4 bets, 450,000.
450. Pot is now 1.5 million. Yoon with the nut flush draw. Who's just made the right decision time and time and time again, which we did call. One thing we did get right early in the day was that we were going to see this from Yoon, and he's just done it in spades. Master at pot limit Omaha. Left with just over 1.7 if he decides to call here. Less than pot behind on the river if he does. It's hard to go anywhere. Does come with call.
See, 2 calls.
Big river card there.
It's a huge river card in terms of this tournament, Harvey. You are right. It is a diamond. It is a diamond. Luke with the second nut flush. Yoon with the stone cold nut. Well, not the stone cold nuts, because there is a straight flush on the board, but the relative nuts in terms of how we're talking. Less than pot behind is going to be really, really interesting. Of course, Luke does block the straight flush, but Yoon here with the relative nuts, I like to say. I wonder if he comes with any type of lead for a size. He's looking down at his chips. I think that's what might be coming, Harvey. Doesn't this want this one to check through, but he's got no idea. Luke's got the king 8 of diamonds.
1.35 million.
So he basically puts him virtually all in here, and
Luke hates it. No, so he's still got 400k behind.
1.35 million.
We've seen some of the best pot limit Omaha in the last half an hour on this stream. Let's see if Luke can contribute
can't
to
possibly
that.
get away. Can he get away? What a fold this will be if he gets away.
Big value.
Because he knows he hasn't got the straight flush because you're already got the
Well,
8.
he said so. He just said he beats value. So,
How much do I have?
you know, he's thinking about would Yoon do this with Queen 10 of diamonds, Queen 9 of diamonds, you know, Queen X of diamonds, for example.
Yeah.
So that's what he's thinking now. He does believe Yoon would go to this size with Queen X of diamonds, which is really interesting. He's talking his way through it. See if we can get a listen in.
He's doing a lot of talking, but it's in his own head.
He'd much rather be surfing the waves of Jan Jack, I think, at the moment. This is not a good spot to be in.
Queen Jack of diamonds.
It's a Queen Jack of diamonds, exactly the hand that he thinks. But would Yoon go to 1.4 million with Queen Jack of diamonds? Is that a size that he would choose? That's what Luke needs to figure out right now.
Ace. Jack 10 9. Ace Jack 10 9 diamonds.
Pretty close there, Luke.
I was almost just going to snap it in there. And this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. He's doing the commentary for us, Harvey.
Be a hell of a
This is
fold,
whole
wouldn't it?
especially with the way the hand's played out. It goes raise pre, check bet call, flop and turn. He's going to put this in the muck.
He's going to fold. Or maybe not. No, he's going to fold. Oh, he's putting us through. Bring it
Well, you just got to have a think about, you know, do we beat value? Luke says yes, right? Those value hands is literally only Queen X of diamonds. Not too many combos of those left. But now he's obviously contemplating what Ace X of diamonds does Yoon get to the river with? Naked Ace X of diamonds. And he's probably thinking not too many. That's what he said before. Ace Jack 10 9 with the diamond. It's a bluff he beats.
Rent the 8 of diamonds.
He's just joking now that he can rep the straight flush, but there's too much time's gone by to turn this hand into a bluff. Pretty incredible poker here.
So again, for maybe the uninitiated, the board hasn't paired, so he's got the 8 of diamonds. There's no way he's up against a straight flush. There's only one hand beats him. And it's the ace of diamonds with another diamond.
That's
so
correct.
There's
So
one hand that beats him.
I mean, you can't.
And you've
correct.
got that hand.
Still 6 combos of hands. But he's just trying to think how many combos of those ace X of diamonds actually raise pre, but check bet call, flop and turn.
Yeah.
There's not too many because you've got to think if we've raised pre on 5-7 jack with 2 diamonds, a lot of the time we're actually probably going to be betting our flush draws and he's played it down. Incredible stuff from Luke Edwards. Amazing fold there from Luke.
Another for the highlights reel.
The reason why that fold is, as Alan says, what the expletive. Alan can't believe it. Alan, you'd be wrong, mate.
One of these guys is so good.
Well, I mean, what makes the fold so much more incredible, right, is that we hold the king and the 8 of the diamonds in our hand. So the part of it that Yoon's raised pre, but he's checked the flop. So how many nut flushes does he decide to raise pre but check on a board like this? Check bet call flop, check bet call turn, and then lead the river. He's more inclined, that line's more inclined to have, you would think, bluffs. Because you'd be betting most of those flush draws on the flop after you've raised pre, which makes it even more of an incredible fold. I think, anyway. I don't play PLO, but if anyone's in the chat that wants to chime in, more than happy for us to give us a lesson on some pot limit Omaha. But that really feels like, you'll see it folds second nuts versus nuts in PLO all the time, but just the way that hand's played out after raising pre and Yoon deciding to check that nut flush draw, he's actually come up with the goods on the river, and Luke's found the fold. It's incredible. You would think.
And he's found the fold after admitting himself, I was about to snap it. So
you would think that Yoon's more lean, his range is more towards just the naked ace-x after he checks the flop.
Then he can't block me anymore.
Just bonkers stuff here. Literally in the last 45 minutes, if we start from Yoon's call with the kings on that ace high board,
C4 folded, C1 call.
Yoon's fold with the set just there before, and then Luke's fold there. We did predict some pretty high level pot limit Omaha, and we are getting it. We are getting it.
No, next mate.
I wonder how Luke proceeds if Yoon checks. Is it all over? You know, if Yoon decides to check the river, I mean, are we just potting all in for value if we're Luke? You know, there are so many other ways that hand could have gone down in which Luke's out the door. I mean, maybe not. Maybe we don't pot for value. Maybe we choose like a smaller size. On a flush completed, we could go, 500k and fold to a jam. We'll never know because obviously Yoon led the river. But I'm just wondering, what was Luke's plan there? I'll be able to get an answer out of him at the end of the tournament. But, we're just going to pot all in for value. We may well have, and there are a lot of scenarios there that hand plays out and Luke is out of the door in third place, but he stays around.
Thank you.
if you joined us late, we started this final table at 1:30 p.m. Just a few players
Ace Jack 10-9
steadily, and then we lost our 5th and 4th place in consecutive hands to get us down to this 3, and we thought, well, this might finish up
maybe not.
quick.
Maybe that you hold it.
Hasn't. Those 3 have now been going backwards and forwards and playing, as Jinxie's just said, some incredible Omaha.
I've got a few messages privately about Yoon's call with the Kings. I wish you were in I wish you were in the booth for it. It was hard to bring the excitement up the level when I was just here by myself, but that call was unbelievable. Alan was shaking his hand, and from then on, we've just had top class PLO. But that fold from Luke's, it really is something to behold, especially just with, if you've just tuned in and you see the river and thinking, why am I carrying on so much? It's just the way that played out. Made it so much more of an incredible fold than it would be usually. But I think I just heard Luke say something like, I wish I had have checked the flop. So maybe he was gonna pot all in for value. So I'm not interesting. I'll try and get an answer from what Luke's plan was there on the river if it checked to him, but crazy work.
Fist pump then. You check fist pump.
It's not the first one, and I dare say it's not going to be the last one with these 3 still sitting here.
Alan's just a bystander at the moment watching Luke and you go at it. I heard one of the best quotes in poker not too long ago. I just actually saw it on Twitter. It was from Jesse Lonis at Triton.
280,000.
And, you know, the pay jump was like 3 left. The pay jump's 1.5 million. And his quote was, "You don't realise in poker, but some of the biggest hands in your life, you're not even in them. You know, if you're three-handed, the other two are all in." Spoke to Liam Jehu about that not too long ago. When he was three-handed and two players were all in, he's not in the hand, and he gets a $120,000 jump because someone hits an 8 on the river. So quite often in poker, when you're in a big spot, the biggest hands in your life, you're not even in them.
Yeah, but you've got the best seat in the house.
Absolutely.
Yoon is actually open-ended to the straight flush here. But at this point, behind.
See 2 bets, 300,000. Pot. Pots.
It's going to be a big one as well. Jinxie. In fact, we've got an all-in.
Okay. It was a pot.
So Luke
seat
in
4
front at this point.
From seat 2. We have an all in and a call.
He's
with
got
seat
2 pair
4 at
and
risk.
a better flush draw.
At least if you
8, 9
pass me, you
double.
can tell me what you had.
That's
right, isn't it? Yes.
8, 4, 5.
That's fair, right? If you pass me, you can tell me.
No 2 pair, just top pair.
But it's up there. And a flush draw.
As that is not a good card for Luke at all. He's going to need... Oh, he finds it. He finds the naked heart on the river. Alan can't believe it. He's up out of his chair again. That was just about the best card in the deck on the turn.
So seat 4 doubles up.
For Yoon. Luke finds a way on the river. That naked 4 is just about the worst card he could find.
Yeah, Alan.
The Jack of Hearts. Alan hates it. Alan wants to go home. That's a huge pot. Yeah, the stacks are as even as they've ever been here, three-handed. Luke going back into the chip lead.
85,000. So that's 85,000. That's 1 million.
We'll hear it. We'll hear it straight away. Commentators will be standing up, going, "What an idiot!" He is the greatest. Get this man another poster.
I would love to just tell you.
Yoon doesn't ever show much emotion playing at all, but
I was almost in.
he looked a little disappointed there. A very rare show of emotion there for Yoon. I think maybe they just kind of want to finish it up. Yeah.
40,000, 80,000.
It's over. It's well, I mean, no disrespect to Alan, but like it's got 5.5 million. He's got 4 to 1, 4.5 to 1 chip lead heads up. He's really going to, 80% of the time he's got a 4.5 to 1 chip lead heads up over Alan, so he's going to fancy himself pretty well there.
It's 15, 25.
15, 21, 35.
Oh, does it? 16, not 10.
80,000.
As I did mention before that when we first started coverage, Luke, a proponent of not just Hold'em and PLO, but plays all the games.
C4
Brad, good to see you in the chat. You would have played some mixed games against Luke.
On Gem 3.
An APT main event winner is Luke Edwards.
On the one we had red flush or whatever.
Oh.
I had a jack, so Jackson out, right?
Yeah, I mean,
250,000 is
that was the hand.
Few mixed game trophies. Not sure how many big PLO tournaments Luke's won. I could be corrected, but he'd be over $1 million. Probably well over 1.5 million in AUD in earnings. So got to play it pretty good to get to that point, I'd say. Be a long drive back to Geelong if he came third after all this time in this event. It's not. It's probably not something that you'd want to do after busting out in third after all this time. Thank you, Brad. I was trying to think of the trophy that Luke won. He did win the horse at the very recent Vic Champs He was deep in the main event as well. I think he also came second to Matty Gin in the Australian APL 8-game championship last year too. So some great results in all the games.
280,000.
Just a very good gambler,
Seat 1 pot.
Luke Edwards is.
Seat 2 folded.
Seems to make good decisions very often when it comes to anything. So
Pot.
Seat 4 pots.
Kings with a suit
880,000.
here, good enough for Luke to repot.
80,000.
We
And
meet again.
Going to be a relative all in from Alan.
Meet again.
Seat 1 calls.
He's put.
So
Hold on. So he's put this in. SBR is less than 0.3.
880.
Alan's going to have to call off nearly any board.
Not gonna
400k behind.
Just in case.
As Luke's repot, Alan calls.
Good luck, sir.
Yeah.
Bet.
You do?
Well,
Puts it all in.
it gives Alan.
Oh no, that's
Alright.
He is favourite. He's got 14 outs.
Yeah. Nice
And
hand.
ace, 5, 6,
Got backdoor spades there for Luke with the Kings.
bottom left. Alright, and
Just don't.
400,000.
If Omaha,
Ace 5, 6, 7 at risk.
if Omaha plays out, they can tell me, is this a mini wrap or a bottom wrap? What is this? That means Luke's in dire straits. He's got those spades though. The spades are working, but that's about it. And Alan,
Shove it out.
That's a chop.
yeah, it is too. The 6, yeah, so 7, 5 and 6, 5.
3 of them.
Alan can't believe it.
Tell him right now, and he'll be max tilted. I mean, obviously you have to say,
matter, you can put in anything, he's not gonna die.
just tell him you have the nut flush and he's tilted. Even if you're lying.
I didn't even say that myself, actually.
Come on, mate, I thought you're up this time. So the ladder's coming down.
He's invincible. I think the worse you get,
Wait.
Why can't it just be like 7 goods?
Yeah, well, that means Alan doubles.
Top it up.
That's a pretty good turn for Alan. He'd be thinking he'd be doubling fairly often. We've got 10 or 11 outs there with that flush draw, but we don't count those chop outs. Even the players are talking about it. They're wondering.
I mean, I'll take it. I'm not gonna lie.
He's the best. He's actually the best. Daniel is the best. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna be the worst tilted.
You're gonna be like the 4th wall.
Yeah, my read is that I'm bluffing now actually. Actually, wrong.
So you could go back and say you would call. You can do it, right?
Well, like, one of my cards were different.
You can just do it, right?
Great.
You can just go back and stress something. It's about $100 if you had a better hand. You do that,
Just rewind, you know.
You want to do that?
80,000. Yeah, you know in league they chrono break. They just go back.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Just like $100 or something.
80,000.
We're here in the commentating
Raised to
booth. What else?
280,000.
I know.
280,000.
Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Aren't they ever?
Calls 280,000. Check.
We're also working for free today, Harvey. I'm not condoning speeding or anything, but 85 in an 80 zone.
Do you know the answer?
$250 fine, 85 in an 80 zone this morning in the tunnel. Yeah. Do you want to see? Do you want to see? I'll just show you.
One checks.
85, so it's 87 down to 85.
No, it should be 80. It should be 87 and 84, and then you don't get
Do
five.
you want-
No, they should give you. They're supposed to give you 3.
I just
And now
It doesn't matter.
I will.
King?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, apologies. Harvey just telling me to appeal my
Appeal.
85 in an 80 zone.
Yeah.
$260
So
bucks.
87,
I'm doing 87.
and they've actually taken it down to 85. They're supposed to take it down to 84.
Yeah.
Right? And at 84, you don't get the book because you're under five.
Off we go.
Whatever it is, the differential's not. They've got you by 1k an hour.
So I was walking out to the car to
1k an hour.
Yes. So I was walking out to the. I'll show you. I was walking out to the car on the way here, and I thought, I'll check the mail on the way out, and I opened it up. 85 in the tunnel and an 80 zone on the way. I was like, all right, we're working for free today. Goodness me.
80,000.
And they've got the hire to send me a message. You have an outstanding fine. $247, 5k's over.
How many points?
One.
80,000.
So anyway, here's what it is as we get back to the PLO action. Liam Murray, good to see you in the chat. Thanks very much. Kind words.
Seat through call. So seat 1 folded. Seat 2
I'm not
call.
sure what's next for you guys up in Queensland.
It's up to the flop.
I'm trying to think. Not much kind of going on with the WSOP. A lot of our mates over there had Crilly tuning in a few hours ago. Didier tuning in as well from Vegas.
Leaks flop the flush here, king high flush.
Seat 4 bets. 250,000.
Really nothing there.
Well,
For you, no,
well,
no,
so he's got queens, but obviously that queen of spades is working well.
Seat through checks.
Please.
Seat 4 bets. 550,000. Seat 2 folds. Button is on seat 1.
There's Alan
Oh, is it? Damn it. I already know the answer.
You know.
back to being the shortest stack here. He's had the opportunity to ladder up to second so many times. And every time he hasn't,
You really?
he's jumped out of the chair and walked around the room.
9, 8?
As
Jack 9. Ace Jack
We have
nine.
$34,500 up top here.
Yeah, ace, king, queen.
It's three diamonds.
40, 80, 80.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
I mean, look at my other cards. I mean, I'm not going to discuss.
not quite sure how
You had
to
it straight, right?
take your
King and
comment
ace,
there,
six,
Liam.
diamond.
Thanks anyway, and it is lovely to have Brayden back here next to me.
What was the exact card?
Only joking.
Primo here for Alan. Aces, ace, king, king, 9 with a suit.
Seat 2 folded and one seat 4 folded.
You fish.
I think about now is the time they're getting the information of those big hands. So I think that's what they're talking about. The delay has caught up.
And then you double me up.
He deserves to.
Pot 680,000. 680. 6.
So that's going to be
Yeah, 680.
the pot's going to be an all in by 10k
gentleman's
from
all in.
Alan.
Oh, really?
660,000.
I don't think so.
There are some hands Luke could be performing well enough against, but I doubt
Seat 4 folds.
it's going to do it. Particularly performing poorly against this one.
I was gonna snap it in. I was like, what fucking stopped you, man?
And will Jinxie be getting the info from somewhere
I was
else?
so
'Cause
close,
as
it's
you can
like-
see, they
I
are
can never fold
allowed
this
to
right,
watch
like
the
I'm just
stream
snapping it.
on the
It's
table.
impossible to ever fold it.
So
There'd be a people.
This is
there'd be
another
still
part of
people
our
lined up
security
for
here,
that whole
even
new
though
game.
it is 25 minutes behind.
The stream revelation has tilted 2/3 of the table.
Yeah,
So
so
they're
it's
getting
definitely got back to them.
It's got back to them from
Somehow?
Got a little rail, no, we've got a little rail over it near the bar. There,
Yeah, okay, that's what
so
could be.
people are telling them what's happening, which is totally fine.
That's what you get for folding the king high flush. And now I just fucking stick it to you.
Oh,
I think there's always one.
you guys can just chop second. and
80,000.
It's not seeing the people in there because we're not
No.
using that camera
Yeah,
anymore.
maybe
Guys are all down one end of the table.
275,000.
There are a few people at the
C2
bar
raises to
on the other side.
275,000. C4 fold, C1 fold. It's yours, good sir. Button. It's getting hot in here. So don't take off your clothes, please.
Where's that thing say 130?
Yeah. Could do.
Oh, yo. Oh, is it? 6.
Oh, that's almost 6, 10 to 6.
Alright, gentlemen. 40, 80.
You're lucky how it works in many ways. No, my lucky how
And
it
look,
works in
all
many
of a
ways.
sudden, after
Just get in here.
being 20% on the turn, feels like 15 minutes ago, is pretty commanding chip leader here.
Yeah, but it means nothing.
In PLO,
We've
you're not
seen-
wrong.
We've seen it the whole. This means nothing because
Whatever you
There
thought I
is
had in
more.
stone.
these guys have just been swapping chips backwards and forwards. You can see up in the corner there, hand 95 on this table,
Oh.
and these three have been playing.
I could have beaten that.
Yeah, can we
I
get a
would
rabbit?
say for at least half the time that we've been on the table
King
here.
Jack 10 double.
We've lost the rest of the players in that time.
What a beautiful looking hand. King, Jack 10, hearts and clubs. Is about as good as it gets.
Picking a approach against ace
Oh yeah, it's getting hot in here now. Open the window. Crack the window.
even more.
That's it.
Crack a window, boys.
Back to becoming before they get
I'll just tell people the card reader was wrong. So, I had a straight. I had a straight.
Oh, just so I could save face.
Yeah. 80,000, seat 1 folded, seat 2 calls. Seat 4. Seat 4 checks.
Yeah, he checks up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in.
But he's got.
Heads up.
He had the nuts on the turn.
No, I had 8.
Well, he had straight.
No. Oh, on the river. Yeah, 8 4.
Oh, the river. Yeah, he was straight with a.
King 8 8 4.
Oh, okay.
So I had no like 8. What?
Seat 2 bets 80,000.
As the sun is well and truly down now, you get to see all the full benefits of this view. 360-degree views from this room.
100,000 to
Pretty
0,
lights,
0.
what you see up here. Lots of pretty lights.
It is amazing. The bay behind us.
What's the time when Melbourne was the most spread out large city in the world? I don't know if it still is, but
Seat 2 folds.
we didn't expand upwards. We didn't do much high rise here. We just kept going out
Out
and
and
out
out
and
and
out
out.
to the suburbs. But
You
lots
always
of
hear
high-rises
the
here now.
always hear these crazy suburbs out, like, you know, if someone moves to Melton, that it's like Sandover Downs or something. I'm like, mate, you live in Melton or whatever. You get a random Salisbury Hills or something like that. Who's playing tonight, Harvey?
It's not a great game tonight. It's an even game, but it's not a great game. I think it's Carlton and is it Carlton?
Oh no, it's Adelaide, Brisbane. That's a good game.
It is a good game. It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's actually it's probably the hardest round of footy to tip. I would say that these teams are probably the most evenly matched. North and West Coast,
80,000.
they're evenly matched.
Yeah, great. Can't wait to watch that.
Richmond's playing Sydney. Sydney are in rubbish form.
Seat 4 calls.
Richmond actually hasn't been going too bad, and that's a hard one.
Seat 1 check. Yeah, heads up. Check a bit.
I think the only certainty is that Collingwood will beat Melbourne, but maybe I'm a little biased.
Seat 1 checks.
Melbourne are going not too bad now. As the 8 comes in for Allen. Stranglehold on this one.
Seat 4 bets 150.
So we are in the 2.5k PLO high roller, 34,500 up top. That's right. Thank Fraser Rise. Sorry, I don't mean to offend anyone who lives in those outer suburbs of the outer suburbs.
No, we're just saying how
We're
expanding out that way.
correct. No, but it's like when someone tells me they live there, I'm like, I don't know where that is. Oh, I'm in Sunbury.
Seat 4 folds.
Funny, given I grew up 10 minutes from Fraser Rises now.
A lot of people in Melbourne who are living on plots that were paddocks not that long ago.
Absolutely. That area past, like, I don't know if you know it well, but you know that there's like a rock bank, past Keelos, Bacchus Marsh. Just there was nothing there. I used to play footy there when I was a junior. There's just to be nothing there now. Houses as far as the eye can see.
As a kid, we used to say that you had a Bacchus Marsh, so it was halfway to Ballarat. Just worked that out.
Easily. Aces with a suit here for Luke.
Actually, a pretty nice place to live out that way.
250,000, 250. Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 folds.
And just saw Frenchie walk past before
Hey, aces.
and reliably informed that he told Luke after folding that King 8 of Diamonds hand that he doesn't deserve to win. Even though it was one of the greatest folds ever, it's so bad that he doesn't deserve to win. That's what Frenchie said straight to Luke's face.
I would have
So
thought the other way around.
you would think so too. So not many people can believe Luke laid that one down. And Frenchie just saying that he absolutely doesn't deserve to win after that. Quite funny. All in jest though. Crazy, crazy fold. Can't wait to speak to Luke after this tournament's over. If he goes down to play the main event tonight, what would have happened if Yoon decides to check the river? I've got a feeling we just pot all in for value and it's all over. It's all over and Luke's on the way halfway home to Geelong. So Kings with the suit here for Allen.
350,000. 350. Seat 2 and seat 4. I'm not happy.
You know what I'm going to call that one? That was
folds.
very dusty.
No, I can read for it.
27.
I need enough. Another support. Another support.
I'm probably good for one more, maybe.
Just as impressive as the player's been here is Daniel's dealing. Haven't seen a single mistake. Apologies, the first hand on stream was the first hand on stream, and not a mistake since then. So,
That just focused him though.
yes, correct. The mistake he needed.
Seat 1 checks.
Decides to call 10-9-5 Deuce Badoogie. About as bad as it gets in PLO. Allen decides to check the ace queen 7-3 behind double suited.
100. Seat 1 calls.
He's drawn pretty thin. That's what he was looking for.
Seat 4 bets. 300,000. 300.
It's actually a tough spot now for Alan. You can see he's got 70% equity, but after Luke has gone the bet line, we don't beat that much, and he lays it down. Aggression wins the day for Luke Edwards. That 10 of hearts, a real heavy blocker to be able to pull that one off. Funny game, Omaha. You look down at those equities, you see Ace Queen 70%, but we really don't beat.
No, it's just
anything.
the other guy's got nothing.
No, but especially like you know, that 10 of hearts for Luke.
I almost feel sorry for you.
Yeah, they're still talking about that hand. He says he feels sorry for you, and I'm not sure I'd say that to my opponent whilst we're still playing him, but I can't wait to see get Luke's answer on what he would have done on the river if Yoon had a check, but I'm not sure how much that line, as literally as soon as I say Daniel hasn't made a mistake, a card flips up on stream, commentator's curse, and he gets redealt another card.
Sorry about that, boys. 7 of spades.
We'll put that fault down to Luke, maybe, not Daniel.
Scams by the bottom.
His hand down there.
C4 raises to 300,000. Pot it.
No, good luck.
C4, okay. Fold. C4 raised 300,000. C1 potted. C2 fold. C4.
There you go. You did it. You got one.
It's right. It's good. It's good, right, Jim? It's good, right?
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, we didn't tell them that people go after all day on
Man, I'm 0 for 3. Okay, everyone's pretty much
James
0
on
for
there
3
talking
except
about
you
our
and
next series that will be in Sydney. We have the dates.
mate. And then twins.
Hoping that we might be able to see the schedule. Perhaps today. It's not far away from what I understand.
Well, I know it's in between July 20 and August the 10th because
Probably 25th.
in between those dates, yeah, because I know I'm in Europe and I can't be there, so I know it's around the end of July.
25th.
C2 call.
Yeah, that would make sense.
C4.
Pot it, man.
Raise.
That's going to be a real big one.
C2. 3 pots. 900,000.
And this is...
C4 fold.
Oh, apologies.
I just raised one like that.
We guess these V pips would be up around 50 to 60% when you put it up at the start of the stream. It is PLO there, so we're seeing a lot more flops.
He's gonna make us
Not something you'd be used to seeing if you're watching stream
distant second and third.
with us at APT. Mostly Hold'em, but glad to be able to bring you some PLO. As I said before, it wasn't too long ago we didn't even have the function to be able to bring you
Eventually, you will
Not fun for
PLO.
you. Not fun for you.
Alright,
I mean, it was pretty fun.
100K.
1:30 today with 7 players.
It helps.
And that go for about 6 hours.
No, I was counting.
When we got down to these 3,
I
we
was
thought
going
we were miles out with that prediction, but we were probably a lot closer because these guys have been playing 3-handed now for a considerable amount of time.
C2 folds. C4 calls. C1 pots to 300,000. 300. C4 folds.
They've been listening to you, Frenchie. Why don't you tell them that? That's meant to be what I'm doing. They're doing it to me.
Just 2 commentators, one out there, yeah. Just 2, one out there and one here.
It's a double. It's a 2 for 1.
Yeah, 2 friends from there on.
Maybe our own private stream.
Yeah.
That's what the French viewers are.
Yeah, the French viewers. Stop, you made me expose the last card. Stop.
This guy's loving it. This guy's enjoying it.
Oh shit. 100,000. I was trying to pitch the other hand. I hit the button. 300,000. C4 raises 300,000. 300.
300,000. Yeah. Seat 1 calls, seat 2 folds. Alright. Heads up.
That's an extra good flop there for Alan.
Seat 1 check. Seat 4 check.
Better flush draw. Now, doesn't matter about the flush draw.
Seat 1 checks.
Bills up.
Seat 4 checks. River.
So, Luke.
Seat 1 bets,
Keep this
250,000.
straight,
Seat
but
4 fold. What a pot flop.
just enough
Yeah,
to
have a
call
go.
that.
Yeah.
Hasn't got the straight yet.
I was double suited. Had half.
Actually, nothing. Yes, he did have a straight. Low end.
But he's getting tilted again.
Button's good, so 50k, 100k, 100k. Seat 1 folds.
In.
Seat 2 raises.
Raises this up.
300,000.
Luke's not going anywhere here.
300.
What have we missed?
Well, it's the start of this one, which
C4
could get
calls.
spicy. Both in here. Pot's already 700k.
Heads up. Check a bit.
It's going to be a board that you would look to continue on quite often, if not always.
Seat 2 bets. 280,000.
Luke, of course, we know, not going anywhere.
280. Seat 4 calls. Heads up to the turn.
Now help again.
The card he's looking for, dare say, heart is a card he continued to barrel, but
Seat
does
2
come with check. And not this hand specifically, but just time and time and time again, Yoon just made the right decision. Can't recall ever seeing Luke Edwards without the blue hoodie on.
Seat 4 pots, seat 2 folds.
He's getting a bit high up here.
Right, I just took my hoodie off, and
Button's good.
if it continues like this, I'll have the shirt off in a minute. It's gone from freezing.
Lucky it's only you and me up.
Seriously, it's gone from freezing into. I just mentioned to someone it's cold in here, and now it's feels like I'm in the Sahara.
1500, 100.
Got to assume that on a different air conditioning unit in there, because Ian's still got the hoodie on.
100,000.
Suited king here for Yoon.
Raise.
Pair of kings.
C2 raise to
I
300.
can tell you now.
C4.
Well, he's got 13 bigs, Harvey. So
Probably going, yeah.
kings with a suit. He's going to be looking to get this in. If anyone obliges, Alan comes with call. My favourite level is 50k or 100k. It's easy to work out how many big blinds everyone has. We're not too smart up here.
Action flop here. Definitely action flop.
It's about as bad as it's going to get. Yoon, there's so many flops. Yoon would love to be able to get this in. The SBR is 1. And it's going to go in now. He doesn't like it at all.
You got 6,
So
7,
Alan's
8,
open potted.
100 and, yeah, okay, you got 840. Alright.
And it's going to be 10k less than pot. So it's going to be all in a call, Harvey. And it's an absolute stone cold coin flip. You'd hate to go out like this. He's played so incredibly well.
Jack 8-5.
And it's all just down to a 50-50 as it so often is in poker.
It's Jack 8.
This turn card
Alright,
probably
okay.
swing it heavily one way or the other, I'd say.
King 10-4 is C2 at risk.
Let's see.
Alright. Best of luck,
Here's
gentlemen.
the turn.
See the river.
Hasn't changed that much.
Oh, it's 18 outs once. That's one of them. That is one of them. It's 2 pair.
2 pair.
For Alan. And we're going to lose Yoon. Jack of spades on the river.
Just double check.
Yoon going to be incredibly disappointed with that.
4, 5,
Didn't even want to get his kings in there.
7.
And if poker,
Yep, so.
a good example of tournament poker is the level that Yoon played today. For him to come third in that 3-handed battle, sometimes you're just a victim of the cards. That king's call on that ace-high board versus Alan was incredible. Saw him made the best fold multiple times, but tournament poker had a different idea, and he's out the door in third. GG's to Yoon.
So, heads up. We're going to have a little break. About 10 minutes, I reckon. They'll might even reposition them. We'll see what they decide to do. But 10 minutes, we're back for heads up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week we have the Australian Poker Tour's Melbourne Champs main event flights. This event is a $200 ticketing fee plus a $1,450 tournament entry fee and features a whopping $250,000 guarantee. This event features 30-minute levels, a 40,000 starting stack and unlimited re-entries. Flight 1 saw 66 entries contributing over 95,000 to the prize pool. Flight 2 is tomorrow, Friday at 4 PM. Flight 3 Saturday at 2 PM. And Flight 4 is on Sunday, also at 2 PM. Early indicators are pointing this to be an absolutely massive one, so check our schedule online, get yourself down to the Oakwood Premier and see if you can get your name in the APT history books.
Yeah. Alright, boys.
I'm still have antes?
50, 100, and 100. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, sweet. There was.
Good luck, guys.
Oh no,
I was a big fan last time.
in the mixed game tournament, they took antes and they were heads up. The
Ah,
horse went crown, and I was like, what is going on?
C1 calls. C4 checks. Check a bet.
Welcome back here.
C1
We lost Yoon in third place. Got it in on a coin flip with his kings, didn't hold, and now we're heads up. Alan with the chip lead, being so short for a majority of this final table.
C4 calls.
Now finds himself with the chip lead.
C4 checks. C1 bets 425,000.
As Alan fills up on the river. Not much going for Luke with the nines. But he's going to decide it's a good enough bluff catcher, and he's going to see the bad news.
Jack 3. Mux. So C1 with Jack 3.
And Alan now, 67% of the chips, 2/3 in play here, 4.6 million. Still got 23 big blinds, does Luke.
50K, 100K.
The talk of the town is that fold with the King 8 of diamonds. Saw Frenchie come past before, as I mentioned. Says that Luke doesn't deserve to win after that, but us PLO noobs up here in the booth reckon he probably does deserve to win. I'm not sure how that works. You can see the trophy on the left-hand side, one of the Premier, two different sizes of trophies at APT. You got the Premier big events and the smaller other events. Most of the events here are the Premier events, so the trophies are quite big. And they're very heavy, as Luke picks up aces with a suit here.
C1 calls.
Both players guaranteed 21,900, 34,500 AUD up
Alan calls.
top.
C1 checks.
As Luke's got a stranglehold on this one.
C4 bets 200,000. C1 call. C1 checks.
Don't forget, it's currently on now. The Fevs Fever, $600 buy-in downstairs. You get free drinks up on level 40 all night. If you're up on a break, come up. And you've also got a flight of the main tonight as well. Already 100k in that prize pool. Of course, 250k guaranteed. Luke's aces hold on here. Luke just mulling over to value bet, and what size that is. Comes with what looks to be half pot.
500,000.
Just under half. Alan with A6. He's got that 7 blocker in his hand as well. But those facial expressions mean he's just probably contemplating a call. He's going to pay this one off.
Aces.
As he immediately marks the A6, and now we're dead smack bang even here in the PLO high roller. Anyone's game now. As I'm joined back in the booth by Harvey Silver.
He's being a little bit less annoying now. It's almost like he's
Pretty big hero call there from Alan. Gets these players back to even, Harvey. We're in for a really good heads-up show here, I'd say.
If the three-handed was any indication, I would say absolutely. So I went down to see if I could find some shorts, and no, it's boiling in here.
It is pretty hot.
Absolutely boiling. A bit of fresh air's helped. Apparently it's not nearly as hot in the actual room where they're playing, but out here in our commentary area. So just pop down, see the start of Feb's Fever.
How's it going down there?
He's got quite a few entries already. It's pretty cool. Best part of it, he brought his young daughter Lenny with him tonight, who I think has just turned 18 and probably like my girls, learnt to play poker at a very young age. She was saying, oh, I really don't want to be here, it's too late. She sat down, she's got a stack of chips.
Of course.
She's so happy to be here. Just left her there and said, you only have one job tonight, Lenny. You don't have to win the tournament. Just make sure you're staying longer than your dad.
Maybe we can book some side bets around it lasts longer there.
And if you're in the area, come down, buying for that up till 10:30 tonight. $600 total, $500 buy-in and a $100 ticket, and it's a lot of fun downstairs on level 5. I'm hoping, I haven't heard word yet, but I'm hoping once this finishes, I might go off on a dinner break and maybe bring a table of Fev's Fever. It'll probably be the table that Fev's sitting on, I'd say.
Without, I don't want to lock anything in, but potentially bring a table up here for 4 levels. So stream from around 8:30 till 11:30-ish.
That's what it would sound like. We might go a bit longer than that. If just depends how many entries they get, I suppose. And what
Well, the
time they'll finish that
end of
tonight.
that late range would be about that time, so it would work
Yeah,
well.
that makes sense.
But hopefully we can randomly select Fev's table up on level 40 on the
I don't
stream.
think I can guarantee it. Here's
Got a bit of interaction
bit of show up
here.
here.
Queens with a suit versus aces with a suit.
750,000.
Alan at the very least will be peeling. Does so. He's already 1.1 in the middle. Well, not sure about you, but this could be going in. Alan's flopped a flush draw with his queens. Luke's got aces, ace of hearts in there, but Alan's the one. That flush draw is... Yeah, it's too good. It's going in. He's just got dry aces, says Luke. Alan
We have ace, queen,
can still
jack.
hit the last queen in the deck along with the rest of those hearts. 40% of the time this tournament's going to be over. Harvey?
You say that this is the biggest hand of
Don't end
the
it now.
tournament.
Don't end it right. Not on the turn.
We're either over or someone's left
Ace,
very,
ace,
very
queen,
short
jack,
stack.
ace.
So
I think Luke's at risk, I think.
All in and a call.
Yep, Luke is at risk, I'd say.
No,
So if there's a heart,
Not
it's
on
all
the turn,
over.
Not on the turn.
Usually
Not on the turn.
Then on the turn.
No.
That'll lock up the win for Alan Pham. He's been short for most of the day.
You've got nothing.
That's it. I think we'll just confirm the stacks.
Flush.
Oh.
Now,
But this could be it, Harvey. It could be the last hand of our tournament as the TD comes in to confirm.
Well, our graphics have already confirmed it.
alright.
Our graphics have said he is eliminated.
And I'm at
2-5.
That's it, Harvey. It's all over. The heart on the turn leaves Luke Edwards drawing dead.
After three-handed going that long,
It's over straight
it was
away.
really quick. So congratulations, Alan Pham, our champion here, the high roller PLO.
34,500 to Alan Pham. He was short for most of this tournament. He was down below 15 bigs, even below 10 a couple of times, but that heart on the turn jewels home the trophy, the PLO High Roller Trophy, and 34,500 to Alan Pham. Pretty amazing Omaha scene by all three players. Who could forget Yoon's fold, call with the Kings, Luke's fold with the second nut flush, but you know that hand probably plays itself there at the end. So congratulations to Alan Pham. Victory in the PLO High Roller here at APT.
Fantastic day, and really interesting for me, not a PLO aficionado, to see how that was played out. Your man unfortunately finished third, your choice, Yoon, but terrific, Alan, congratulations. Now, waiting on confirmation of what we'll be doing later, but I can say pretty confidently we'll
Back on at some point.
30,
Yeah.
after our dinner break here with Fev's Fever, and I can also guarantee you that Fev will be on that table. There's some big names down there.
Mate, I just saw Glenn Maxwell walk past me. I was like, I was a bit starstruck then.
So I think we might even try and fix it so Glenn gets on that table as well. We have a couple of names on there. If you're in Melbourne, come down and you can play it. It's a $500 buy-in with a $100 ticket. Come down here to the Oakwood Premier. And the added bonus is you'll get a wristband, and it's drinks all night on the house on top of everything else.
Did you want me to take this trolley
play some
down?
cards with Brendan Favola or even Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah,
Get down if you're around. If not, we'll be back on the stream at 8:30.
See you then.